I'm back. How's everybody doing? Well, nobody's here because I haven't streamed recently. When you don't stream for a little bit, people lose track. You lose viewers. Some streamers are petrified of it because their stream that just comes back after a break is very sparsely populated, but the numbers come back eventually. It's nothing to fear. It's better for mental health to take breaks. My break was the opposite of mentally healthy. I had family here. They're gone now. They're all gone. They're all gone. We can actually work. I was playing with the corgi puppy earlier, and she did a zoomie that was literally just running around me in a circle. Why did I have this? Oh, this is the safety pad for the ABS unit. I figured out what's wrong with the ABS brakes. I guess I'll talk about that later because I'll wait for people to arrive. I bought the hot knife just because I've had enough. Trying to build an add-on to the soldering iron went so poorly that I bought an actual hot knife, and you can see it gets current through the whole knife. That's more knife for your knife. But yeah, this will mean that I can just get this thing almost red hot and then just slice stuff open nice and clean. The reason I got this, because the ABS unit, it's still open, it's still taped together in my car. The reason I got this is for the insulin pumps, for the Omnipods, so that I can extract the circuit board more easily. The bandsaw is pretty dangerous to do. You getting your fingers close to a bandsaw, and you're trying to maneuver something that's like, less than 4 inches square. Well, I'd say 6 inches square. Yeah, 3 inches square. I don't know how to measure things. That's okay. It's English measurement system. It's about the size of a king's foot. Anyway, yeah, hot knife, much better tool. Supposedly this thing will get red hot. I haven't tested it yet. I don't want to get plastic smell in here today, so we'll get to that. We'll get to that. But this tool I will keep out as an update as people trickle in, because everybody doesn't arrive here immediately on the start of stream. Now we got to neaten up a little bit because I haven't had any time downstairs. My oscilloscope got to go to the garage. What a week. What a week it's been. I hope you guys are doing okay. Oh yeah, and then the ice maker broke again. These are the hot knives we stuck butter knives in the coils of our stove. That's kind of cool. The way that I ended up doing it the day we did the ABS module, we spent all that time machining an adapter for the soldering iron because I thought soldering iron is perfect, right? Nope. Turns out hard to get heat into stainless steel, so I literally ended up just heating it over the torch. A butter knife and a blowtorch. That's essentially what we ended up doing, yeah. That's sort of where we ended up. At least I know what's wrong with the ABS module now, right? It's not the module. Which that fact in and of itself is driving me absolutely mad. I am being driven up the walls. Where did I get these from? These were in... Oh, these were behind things. That's right, that's back here. I need to fix the tiles in here. It's unprofessional. I'm just getting everything packed away and coiled. So, my brother was here with the finished spits. The two dogs were just bundles of energy. They were running all over the place. Our dog got so tired. She got, like, sick. She threw up this morning. Or no, she had diarrhea this morning, actually, early in the morning. But, yeah, my brother and I were able to do some troubleshooting with the cars just one of the afternoons during turkey break. We looked at all kinds of stuff, right? Plug the computer into the car, check all the sensors to make sure the ABS is getting all of its data. And it reported that the pre-pump, there's a little compressor pump that comes before the ABS pump. That pre-compressor pump wasn't coming on. Now, the problem with the car was when I get to 30 miles an hour, like exactly when I get to 30 miles an hour, the ABS light comes on. And it turns out the car deems that at 30 miles per hour, to stop the car, you're gonna need a little bit more brake pressure. So it starts building up pressure with this pre-compressor. And so that wasn't turning on. Now, I didn't find any data on this problem. It wasn't part of that big the big anti-lock brakes troubleshooting post, it wasn't in there, the pre-pump stuff. And it turns out we took my jumper wires, which are now dead because they weren't high enough gauge. They were tiny little wires, low enough gauge. We took jumper wires and connected it to the pump, and the jumper wires ate themselves. They overcurrented and popped open, but we were able to get big sparks on the compressor and no noise. So the compressor, dead. Nobody talked about that in any of the tutorials at all. When I looked up, what was I looking up? I was looking up how to change it out, like what would be required in the procedure. And then, and only then, did I find a post where one person said, hey, I was looking at codes and it said pre-compressor. And then there's just a torrent of people saying, no, you should go through this whole thing. Do the big anti-lock brake post. They're all referencing to that post after post after post. And the person's like, yeah, I just took power to it and there's no sound. So I'm just gonna order a new pre-compressor. Everybody's like, no, don't do that. Look at the thing. Make sure your sensors are okay. Look at the wheel speed sensors. Look at the accelerometer, et cetera, et cetera. And they were like, I just replaced it. And then there's a follow-up post like, yeah, it's been fine for months. So only then did I find out. But I think the pre-compressor probably seized in the months that I didn't have ABS, and it wasn't a visible problem until I solved some of the other issues. So, gear position lights are dead and I don't know, praying I don't need to drop the entire transmission. Yeah, that's, then you gotta get a transmission jack. I hate those things. They're always so finicky and it always seems so dangerous. I just want to avoid danger. Oh God, we got the aftermath of our hot knifing. My scalpel's in really shit shape now. Oh boy. But yeah, so through, I guess, attrition, we finally figured out what's wrong with my car. Now I haven't glued the ABS module back together. I'll need to do that, but I don't want to close it up until I know that that's the problem, right? Because what if I end up closing it up now and then put the new pump in and it turns out the pump is like, I don't know, it like breaks the MOSFET or something, you know? Yeah, gear position lights. Does your car just have lights, or does it have like, is it a little bit different than that? I'm trying to get this old blade off of here. Anyway, how's it going, Octo J? How's it going, Pseudo Maze? Pseudo Maze. It's been a week. It's been quite a week this week. I got more week for my week this week. Got all kinds of stuff happen. My neighbor got COVID. Oh yeah, I bought a new office chair. That's my big Christmas thing, is a new office chair. I got a steel case chair. And the reason behind that is that my office chair has been through the ringer and back. I had to make a new cushion for it and everything. So, and it's like making all these clunky noises when I try to like position myself. So I think it's time for a new chair. That's my big thing. That's my big holiday gift to myself. I saved like a couple $100 doing the Black Friday gig on it. I need these to like pick up blades and stuff. all the broken blades on the desk. This can't be safe. Ooh, high grade stainless steel, nice and magnetic. 4K Blu-ray, those are still a thing. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to do tape backup for all the 4K stuff now? Oh God, not again, not this again. Seems we have to do this song and dance again. Can't rip 4K. Ah. Hey, Veet Nukem, sub for 17 months. Thank you for the sub. I always fall asleep in my chair. I did that last night, and it's unfortunately making me very, very sleepy today. I am hardcore into caffeine today. Do we need to keep our blade mount? I really don't think we need to keep our blade mount. The thing we spent all that time developing. This is gone. This is all garbage. Replaced by a bespoke product that's actually going to do the job properly. Although I'll probably need to buy a pack of blades or something. 4K Blu-ray repairs never really caught on. They're still rather expensive. $100 off. All right, that's pretty good. I've just given up on high quality. The terrible movie nights that I do with my friends, we decided that like Neil Breen movies especially have to be at like 480p. We need visible pixels in order to really enjoy a Neil Breen film. It adds to the whole experience, it really does. God, the aftermath of that ABS job. Thank you guys for joining me again. I know, took a break. Took a break for the holidays, and that oftentimes will dwindle numbers. People don't really trust that things will bounce back after a holiday. Oh yeah, I had to buy this thing too. I am now the owner of a brake power bleeder. When I've done this previously, I actually did the Home Depot special, which is to get a garden sprayer, one of those garden chemical sprayers, and then you get a cap from the junkyard and you fit it with the fittings and the tube and everything. But I decided that $10 more than the DIY kit would net me all this equipment. So this came with all the accessories that I need in order to bleed all the brakes out. So pretty cool. And all the quality that China has to give, I guess. I also got this, which is the star of the show. Not this show, but you know, the star of a show, which is a junkyard compressor. Because of all of my worries over the past month, I can finally get my fucking car inspected when I put this thing into the car. I don't know how badly worn this one is. It's a bit shinier than the one that's in there though, so I'll have to trust. Lo-fi is always the way for Neil Breen. Yeah, it really is. I only watch streams in 180i. God. Well, actually, Lawrence has been streaming in like 900p because people have the chat open on the screen, and so it's not the full 1080p. People usually watch in a slightly smaller window, so why broadcast the super quality? But then you have your like OctoJs where they open it up on another screen and it's the full 1080. So I don't know. Let me get a few movies that are worth it on 4K. Lord of the Rings, Matrix, Star Wars. Yeah. That is true. For the ones that actually really care about the full quality. All right, let's see here. Still neatening up a little bit so that I'm at 100% of my power. Now, Rue Moore, an electronics guru on Twitter, had a really neat hack that I want to do, but I don't know if I have a BNC cable kicking around. He basically made a breadboardable BNC to hook up to your scope. If I run into a BNC cable, I want to build that today, but we'll see when we get there, right? I got to get back into the swing of doing electronics. I've been out of the game for too long. On mobile, most times just listening, so it'll have a 160p. By the way, Iconic Bear, thank you for subbing for 38 months. I really appreciate that. Very, very much. Thank you, sir, or ma'am, or whatever. It don't matter. Thank you. This is DJ Everyday. Probably a 10-year-old Mixcloud post. Let me check. How old is this? It doesn't say. It actually doesn't say, which probably means it's relatively... No, I think it's 2016. 2015. 6 years ago. All right, well, you know. Doesn't make it bad. Might like synced. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. I'm still waiting on that programmer so that we can look at the microcontrollers for the Omnipods. That'll be a little soldering challenge. Good music never ages. Tech House. How are you supposed to put these things on without stabbing yourself? Sounds a bit like Underworld. Oh, there's crud in it, that's why. Yeah, I gotta clean that out. All right, what do we got? Is that like a brush? Brushy? I don't think that's gonna brushy. Let's try it. Use a toothbrush. I got the little tracks that the scalpel's supposed to sit in or need to be really clean. And since we were cutting plastic with it, there's like residue. Get this light a little closer. I think I got most of the stuff that I need for today's project over there. Hello from Spain. Hey, how's it going? Here in North America. Which is roughly the same climate. I think we share a, what is it, a longitude? There's a latitude. I can forget. I think it's longitude. It's the opposite one that I think it is, so. I start off with Tech House because it's good, especially Every Day is very good at being kind of like a backdrop music, something to just kind of like vibe to. Hope it isn't too loud. I think it is actually bordering on too loud. I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. Wait, that didn't get quieter. I'll leave it there. Hopefully you guys can hear it enough. I wound up not streaming for a little bit just because holidays and people being around, taking up all my time. Things are all calm now. This is always an interesting time at the office when I worked in an office, because everybody would take all their vacation now. So they would have from Thanksgiving to Christmas with their family. And so it was just me in a big empty office. It was often like not quite enough work and everybody didn't really have anything to assign. So you kind of just sort of twiddled your thumbs professionally for a little bit. All right, knife is reknifed. We will not be applying heat to this thing in the future. It's been a wild couple of weeks around here, man. My neighbors, the ones with the corgis that are related to our corgi, got COVID and then also took a big fall because her dog pulled her and she fell over. We were supposed to stay apart, and then her dog pulls her and she falls over. So I potentially have been exposed to COVID. Our other neighbor has a really bad cold, and my brother also has a really bad cold and or flu because his kid had the flu and couldn't come here for Thanksgiving. What's up, Chester? How's it going? Yeah, live. Good times. Everybody's getting sick around me and injured. Sick and injured. I gotta be careful. So I have a runny nose. I'm a little concerned. We'll see. I don't know when it's appropriate to do the COVID test because I got a couple tests over there that I can do. I'll probably maybe give it a day and just see how I am tomorrow, because the runny nose could just be incidental. It's getting cold out here. Sick check. Time to get injured. Oh God. Oh, there's a checklist. I didn't know there was a checklist. Oh God, I'm behind on the checklist. What is this cable? What is this one? This is the mouse cable. Why is it so long? Why is the mouse cable like a mile long? What's going on here? Hold on, I gotta get cables out of the way. Do you like investigating dead circuit board? On my own terms, yes. All right, we got that. We got this. We have some parts to go into the control panel, and we have some parts that we're gonna work on the power supply with. I don't need the glue, but that should stay around because I'm gonna need it for the ABS module in due time. I think tomorrow I spend the day under my car replacing that part. On the left-hand drive models of BMWs, it's like super easy to change out. It's like right at the top of the engine bay. But on my specific right-hand or left-hand drive did I say left-hand drive before? On the right-hand drive version of the BMW, it's right up top. You don't even need to, like, I don't know, expel any energy to just get to it and replace it. On the left-hand drive module, or left-hand drive version of the car, you know, the way it's meant to be, you have to go under the car to get to it. So I have to take all the stuff away, go under, and no, sorry, man. I'm not going to take a dead graphics card. That's well above the level of technology that I can properly troubleshoot. It's stuff like a dead graphics card. You don't know what it could be, and the heat cool cycle on it is so extreme for the electronics that it could be cracked traces under the chip or the die. It could be on any level of that stuff could be wrong. It's not just like going to be like a dead capacitor. And then also, what would I do with the GTX 780? I've got a what is it? GTX 980 in this computer, and then I've got a 1080 that's sitting in a bin ready to go in the computer upgrade. So yeah. No, that's okay. No. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Thank you. I appreciate it though. I really do. I really appreciate it. But space being the primary thing, and then project bandwidth, I just don't have it for that. Oh yeah, these are the LEDs. So we'll need to individualize these. Get them running in banks, and then get indicator. Make these into indicators so that we can light up the side panel. Yeah, I got too many projects, and you know, we just got a dog, and it's taking up all of my time. All of my time. That's not a bad thing. It's actually got me touching grass on a regular occasion, which is a kind of a rare thing. Was kind of a rare thing. Now I'm outside getting exposed to COVID and shit all day. No, it's not that bad. It's not all day, but yeah, the dog's taking up quite a bit of bandwidth around here in terms of like the stuff I'm able to do in a day. And we got to get all this stuff back up and running, right? We got to work on this power supply for the board. I'm sick of not having a laser board here. I'm trying to do the best I can for this board, making this power supply really nice. It is probably like too much power supply for this specific thing, but if this power supply is really good, then that can lead into the next phase of Burn the Sub. So it'll be good to get that up and running. The only thing that I lament is that it is not exactly modular. Not exactly. I mean, I can order new of these modules and put those in. It's just the modularity of like just one big block that I put in and I unscrew and stuff. I'm kind of going to be missing that, but that's all right. That's all right. We will get by. We will get by, as we normally do, scrapping our way through stuff. Whew. I can't believe it's that pump, though. What up, Pyro? Yeah, I went out and just bought a hot knife, and I've yet to test it. I've yet to test it. We're not going to need it today. I wish I had it for the ABS module. This would have made it a lot easier to just slice off the top of that plastic, but I'm pretty sure the ABS module is completely fine, and I'll need to button it up. But before I do that, I got to replace that one pump and then bleed out my brakes. Not mentioned in any of the tutorials, that stupid pump. Nobody seemed to have ever known that if you go over 30 and the ABS module comes on, like clockwork, it's that pre-pump. Yeah, this thing will make short work of any butter that you have on hand. Well, I don't think I have any way to test the pump, the new pump. The old pump, of course, we put 12 volts into it and it didn't make any noise. So we're moderately sure that it's dead, like 99.9. Yeah, I bought a new one. I was showing that just a minute ago. What can you do? I can just put it in the car and just see what it does. This is like stream I was at before. Okay. Welcome to my stream. I hope I'm moderately unique. Yeah, it's okay. Everybody's still trickling in, so I have to say the same thing a lot in repeat. But yeah, so the computer said it was that pump. I look up online anything to do with that pump, and I didn't find anything. And then I found a post where somebody was like, yeah, they were ignoring everybody telling them to look at the tutorial. And they completely ignored it. Like, all of the posts were about, hey, there's tutorial. Go through these steps, look at these things. And the person was like, I put power to the pump and it didn't turn on, so now I'm going to replace it. And they replaced it and they're like, yeah, it's been fine for 6 months. Everything works. So that's what's going on with me. I had that exact symptom that the person had. ABS light on at 30 miles an hour. That's when the car determines that you're moving fast enough. You're gonna need a little bit of extra brake pressure to do things, to stop the car. So yeah, that's the problem. It's like the last thing. And then when I replace the pump, if it still doesn't work, it's probably the MOSFET that turns on the pump inside the control module. But I don't think it is, because we saw 10 volts coming out of the thing. 10 volts is a little suspect, but I think maybe, well, 10 volts is a little suspect. But anyway, we tried to power the pump and it didn't make any noise, so. Cell tower climber got raided by the stock guy. Those are individual words, but I don't know what they mean in that sequence. Why? That's why forums are mostly useless. Yeah, that's true. There's like 2 guys who know what's going on at 30,000 users. Yeah, that's too many users. That's too many people. I think we could probably go up to 1,000, even though I'd be like way more inundated with chat messages. I've had 1,000 before from Rabah's raids. That was tough, but it was doable. But I mean, we get up to 100, and that's a lot, and then the chat's rolling pretty quickly. Right now, coming back from a break, we're not going to get a ton of users. We might get a little bit of an influx, but chat will generally move pretty slow. I should probably have that fade out so that messages don't stagnate as much as they do, because they kind of tend to do that at this number of users. And it's all okay. I'm happy to have the people that I have here watching. But yeah, I don't know. I would have to start posting on YouTube in order to get more people watching. I'm gonna do that eventually. I'm thinking about that. But boy howdy, getting a dog really changes your whole everything, right? Been a lot of dog stuff going on lately. Hey, what's up, Baloo? I was actually at one point I glanced at the board and I saw Baloo's name right there. The old boards that I have sitting behind my computer desk, they're on I made a whole frame out of old parts, and they're holding up the 2 old Burn the Subs boards that are filled with names. Problem is, on a computer desk, the backdrop, you don't really see all that often. I should probably like put it up against a wall or something like that, because there's no like, I don't know. It's nice to have it as a backdrop to the computer, but the monitors cover a lot of the stuff. So, what is this camera doing? Oh, it's just looking at stuff on the desk. That's right. Let's move it a little bit so that it shows Burn the Subs. That's what we're working on. Oh yeah, here's the new pump. This is the pump that I gotta put in. And yes, those are brake line in and out. It's basically just a big compressor. It's supposed to be easy to get to, but it doesn't really look like it is. That's gonna be a trip. Here, let's do that, and then I'll lower this. And that'll be right in the foreground. And I want to show off the wood a little bit more. Make sure it looks good. Makes you look good. Gotta make it look good. Gotta do my best. Show off all the goods. Now, at some point, I'm gonna want to go mechanical engineering on all of you, and we will rebuild my mill. My mill is in really crappy shape. No, I don't have, not like that. Not like that. I thought it was a Mercedes that requires you to pump the oil from the dipstick. I think the F40, what they do is they just lower the whole engine out of the car and work on it, and then put it back in. that seems to be what most manufacturers prefer these days too. Audi has the service position. You assume the service position on the front of the car, where the unibody is sort of like tied together by the front bumper. You undo a couple bolts, big bolts, and that allows the bumper to like open up, and then the whole engine's there. But you got to drain coolant when you do it. They're like, how do I replace a spark plug? And they're like, all right, first the service position. You're gonna want a bin for all the coolant, and then you're gonna want, it's like, ah, damn it. My mother's Volvo had a coil pack go wrong, and I'm like, man, you know, like, I can change a coil pack in my car in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes, but in a modern Volvo where I don't know where all the clips are to undo all those protecting things, I don't know. Yeah, someone's YouTube video about pet lasers on Amazon. They range in power from 10 milliwatts up to over 1.2 watt, even though they're all labeled safe 5 milliwatts. Yeah, listen, lasers get dangerous very, very quickly, and it's getting harder and harder to get a hold of low power lasers, just because DLP, fiber optics, all that technology is moving towards higher powers. And so the diodes, which are not made specifically for laser pointers, they don't do that. They make them for whatever application lasers go into, whatever's profitable. So the laser diodes that are available now are getting hotter and hotter and brighter and brighter. And unfortunately, the consumer laser pointer market, which is supposed to be safe for the eyes, are getting more powerful. And the regulations exist, but they're not doing anything about it. You know, it's not a good scene. It's not a good scene. So if you're gonna buy a laser pointer for your pet, you be very careful with that. You get a very low power laser pointer. Don't get anything uber powerful. Your eyes, yeah, your eyes are not getting less sensitive. And if you bounce a very bright laser off of, for instance, a white wall, there can be a lot of residual energy getting into your retina. It's not good for it. Really not good for it. So. Yeah, about every 5,000 miles I go bad in the BMW. Yeah, that generation of BMW. Yeah, I was wondering, when my friends sold me the car, I went to the trunk and I was looking at all the extra storage spaces, and there it was, the spare tire, a set of gloves, because my friend's a little bit of a germaphobe, and a couple coil packs. And I'm like, what are those doing in there? Like, you'll know eventually. I have coil packs that are stored in the back of my car, and then I have coil packs that are stored in the bins of spare parts that my friend gave me when he sold me the car. And then I had a coil pack go bad the other day, so. And then I had a coil pack go bad. Power supplies. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Has it been a while since we've been able to work on stuff? So how about that soccer ball game, whatever? Coil packs don't go bad. I've never read anything that was less true than that. That's what? No, the coil packs absolutely go bad. They stop working, they break, and you replace them, and then your car continues to work. If you don't know what a coil pack is, instead of having a distributor on modern cars, instead of having like an actual physical switch that's spinning, you have basically you have car voltage going into what's called a coil pack, and that's all the stuff that bumps the voltage way up. The DC 12 volts needs to be strong enough to make a spark over a gap in an explosive environment. So what they do is they have electronically triggered coils. So in some cars, there's actually a signal that tells the coil pack to charge up, and then another that tells it to fire. And so the engine computer is doing all of that nonsense on its own. It's not a physically tuned distribution thing with just like a copper contact in it. And in those cars, you would have one coil. In modern cars, you have as many coils as there are cylinders. There's just individual equipment on each each cylinder. So when one goes bad, your engine starts rumbly, and so you just pluck out the coil pack and then you throw it at someone, preferably wildlife, and then you punch a new one in there, and then your car works again. All right, let's see here. We got to figure out where we are with stuff. And my glucose level's firing into the stratosphere because I had a hoagie. I haven't had a hoagie in a little while, and I haven't had soda in a little while too. I feel like I'm at like fucking rehab or something like that. They're trying to get me healthy again. It's really just because I've had the dog here and I have not had brakes in my car. This week in oh bother. I'm like reeling right now. I'm really trying to get a handle of my life again. I think I'm doing okay, but I feel like, back of my mind, I feel like I'm neglecting a lot of stuff. And that's how I normally operate, it seems. 2 plugs and a coil per cylinder. Oh, weird. Yeah, yeah, I don't know how other cars do it. Because, yeah, some cars, I think it's like Ford or somebody, they have like a signal that goes low and then the coil charges and then it goes high and it fires the coil or something like that. And so you have to coordinate all that. And then there's others that have like statuses and just all kinds of electronic doodads, and they're not unified. I feel neglected. I'm sorry. I haven't been streaming. I'm back to it though. The dog is all acclimated. She kind of had a rough night. She was pooping a lot. But yeah, I don't know. Get back into it. Get back into the swing of things. I know that I think it's February. I have to do all of my financial paperwork. So I'm not in danger of that, even though for some reason I'm worried about it. That's for health insurance. What else? I haven't worked on Burn the Subs in a while. Maybe that's why I'm champing at the bit here. I'm kind of like, blah, blah, blah. Also caffeine. Caffeine's doing a number on me, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. I woke up at my desk at 3 a.m. Not good. There's games that I'm neglecting playing. I haven't gotten to those. No, I think we're in good shape. I hope everybody out there is doing well too. I think we're in pretty good shape. I need to be designing the computer project, the V6 looking computer. Probably need to be working on that in CAD. My back is super messed up. Oh man. What's in the anti-static bags? Power supplies. These are cool. We'll take a look at them. Ooh, we've gotten up to 40 minutes on the intro. Hey, that's pretty good. Deets, stat deets. Wow, why was that? What is going on with that? That animation was rough. Oh God. Hey, 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 hey. Hold on, one sec. Stop it. I don't like it when music does that. Stat deets. How many months is that? 54. Yeah, it is Palolu. 54 months from the deets. Hey, thank you so much. Not a single month wasted. Maybe on your end. I feel like all of my months are wasted. All right. What are we at? 40 minutes even? We'll start in 5. Unless I get on a tangent with something. Yeah, we're gonna be building a power supply for Burn the Subs. Figured that would be a good back from the holiday kind of thing. That's a tough question. Yeah, so project estimation is a job in and of itself, and it's never accurate, right? It's one of those things that they stress about in like corporate situations. How long is this going to take? When is this going to be done? When can we project that this thing will get finished? This is not like how do I put it? I'm not a professional. I'm an artist. That's the closest that I can get. I'm an engineer that happens to do art, and this is sort of art. And the art of this is trying to make it nice. Make it nice so that I can be proud of my own work. Deadlines, I am not really setting as hard because that would lead to me stressing out about it. I want it done. So BS Repellent, 2 months. Hey, thank you for the sub. Another one, yeah, hell yeah. Thank you so much. Was that smooth? Did that come in smoothly? The Dat Dietz one was like laggy. I don't know what the deal is with that. I've had OBS open for like 3 weeks, so that might be it too. What's your critical plan? Oh God. I can go over what's left to do in a minute. But yeah, timing and estimation is a job in and of itself, and it's something that is done professionally by somebody who, like one person you'd assign to that. Hey, how long, let's estimate how long this project's gonna be done. And then it all just goes to shit. The emotes are animating properly. It's just the animation around it for some reason is janky. I gotta move off of Streamlabs. The Twisted Sister was like, I will give you $500 if you do it this month. That deadline has passed because I'm negligent, but might as well consult a fortune cookie. It's tough. I can give an estimation, but that would take a lot of introspection. Are we gonna scrum? No, I won't restart. I'm not gonna restart the stream. We can deal with janky. It's funnier if we have janky animations. So there's an element of comedy that I need to keep in the show, and getting everything perfect is not funny. So anyway, let's scrum now. So what is left to do with burn the subs? Let's get started. That'll be part of the stream. Hold on, let me get this closed. Our terms of service have changed for Streamlabs. I need to move off of Streamlabs. Streamlabs is the only way that I have to track donations, and it's what powers the little animations behind all of my subs. One thing that I would like to do is do multi-layer animations, and other platforms do that better. Is it me? Am I scrungy? I'm looking at my OBS window. That's why I'm looking off to the side. We're altering the deal, yeah. We have changed things. One stutter. If it's one stutter, that's okay. I think this computer desperately needs a restart. I think that's probably what's going on. It's been active since the last stream. Yeah, that's super jank, isn't it? Hey, thank you guys for the bits. Octaj giving a bunch of $6. And then BS Repellent giving $2. I appreciate those bucks. Those find their way to my pocket somehow. That's a little sneaky Twitch guy in like a bodysuit, like sneaks in, and they go shh, and they put it in my pocket, and it's really weird. I'm not allowed to acknowledge them. Oh, that stutter's on my end. Ooh, we're gonna have a stuttery stream today. Loud and clear. Well, I gotta move my hand. I don't know, it looks okay for the duration. Every now and then there's just a little where it kind of gets stuck. Yeah. As long as if it's on Streamlabs' end, that's fine. Cinematic. Wayne Johnson, thank you for gifting a sub to Jeffson. Cannot think of a more deserving sub giftee.
The money actually goes to me, so it's really my benefit.
So from what I hear, YouTube payout is more like their revenue split is way better than Twitch, but Twitch is putting everybody to my sort of Bush League revenue split, so YouTube's becoming a little bit more attractive. Oh boy, what a mess. What a mess. Twitch makes so much damn money. I wish they would put us all into the 70-30 split. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, this has been going on since they made a bunch of announcements. In terms of like quarters and profits and stuff, we've been through the ringer on sort of the the time when advertisement is super important, which I guess is just a little bit before Thanksgiving. It's when everybody's doing their like paperwork or whatever for their financials. And so there's like a huge push for advertisement. And so Twitch became nigh on unbearable with ads. And then they announced a bunch of bullshit that all of the heavy hitters, all the big deal partners, the ones that are actually, you know, kind of profitable, started to balk up against because they wanted to remove the revenue split. And they've done a bunch of stuff to give me a bunch of bullshit about playing ads for you guys. Stuff that I disable because I value not having a ton of ads on the platform. I know some big streamers actually make money off of that, so they've sort of peppered their streams with ads, and oh, I hate it. I hate it. It makes watching something without a subscription really, really, really annoying. Never been a YouTube Live fan? Yeah, me too. I don't know why. It just seems a little bit more disconnected. Twitch seems like we're a little bit more personal. I don't know. So yeah, even the big time partners, yeah. Oh, the hype train is over. Ads will eventually drive me away from Twitch. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna come up to replace it though. Confidence and ignorance proved me TV on the radio. Huh? You've collected all the level 1. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, there's a lot of Jesus, great work. Emotes being delivered. There's so many pop-ups right now in my monitor feed. Hey, we're back in an era of the internet where the pop-up is now back, and it's in the form of GDPR and a bunch of other like live chat with a representative and all that stuff. You're opening up a website and you don't have a lot of ad blockers going. You're back in the year 2001, you know, feverishly closing pop-ups as you open up a website. Came to Twitch from YouTube Live. Twitch certainly has a more community-oriented element to it. Yeah, and that's some advice that I remember hearing from another streamer is like, if you're starting out, start on TikTok. Start on one of these other like new platforms where everybody is and where you're gonna pop off and get a good audience. Go to YouTube, grow the audience with the content, and then come over to Twitch where you can curate and retain a lot of those viewers. I don't know. That's probably what I should have done. But unfortunately, I started on Twitch and I've been very, very slowly growing on Twitch. It's been you know, rolling a boulder uphill using a toothpick. My analogies are like dead. I don't know what happened to that part of my brain. I think I drank it away. I'm like 1,000 years old too. I'm like older than like everybody else on this platform. It's not true. There's definitely older people, but thank you guys for the follows. We do introverted follow mode. So if you follow, it's not gonna pop up on the screen and I won't call you out. Keeps me from following some people when they're like that. I'm sure you can grow on Twitch with a regular scheduled grind as back in the day. Really? Because that's how I did it. That's how I did it. But I don't know if that's the thing anymore. I don't think that's gone. I think you can still grow with just a grind. Hosts aren't they getting rid of hosting? So rating is the only thing. I don't know. Yeah, it's a mess. I need to figure out how to grow the channel a little bit. I would like to do that, but that requires me to be in the seat. And I haven't done that this holiday. Things came up and, you know, we got busy around here. I had a Finnish Spitz from my brother kicking around, as well as the Corgi puppy, who still can't come down here to the shop. I don't think the shop's that safe for her. In February, I'm gonna be looking after the dog on my own, so I will see about if she'll come down here and hang out. But she doesn't do stairs yet. She doesn't do stairs because she's got a long back. Got a long squiggly back, and we got to be careful about her back. So, seen so many channels growing slowly in the past few years, and then it kind of stopped and even fell back. That kind of happened to us. That happened to us. A part of that's by design. If I make too much money, bye health insurance, and then you get to die of rationing insulin. So that's fun. So I've been not shooting myself in the foot, but I haven't been as gung-ho about growing the channel. I need to do that. But with Burn the Subs, that's our opportunity. So we're working on that. That's what we're working on today. That's the motivation, sort of the drive behind it. And also having the gimmick on this channel is pretty necessary. I mean, we finished a board and then we kind of coasted for a while with the users, and it's been going down. Understandably too, people are like, what is this Joker doing? He's not fucking working on the right thing. So, those of you that have stuck around, I really appreciate it though. But yeah, we're back on track. We're back on track now. We're not gonna have a lot of people today because it's a return from a break, and I didn't make a big deal about returning from the break, and we're getting down to brass tacks on this thing. We're gonna get this power supply. We're at least gonna have an idea of what we're doing with the power supply today. So that said, let's just start, because now I'm just talking project with you guys. I haven't had a chance to talk project in a little bit. Let's do this, and I'll fade out the music. Oh, that's the rewind button. I don't even know where the buttons are anymore. I'm like an old man. Incontinent like an old man, apparently, too. All right, so that was DJ Everyday. He's a friend of mine. He's a good friend. I like DJ Everyday. Nice guy. So anyway, oh, I can't do that comment right now. We're focusing on this guy right here. So get uncomfortably close, chat. That's too close. You guys got to move away from me. That's really off-putting. I know you guys are close talkers, but this is too close. Okay, thank you. All right. Anyway, yeah, pull it in. What are we working on today? Today, we need to work on Burn the Subs. This has been something that I've needed to work on for quite some time, and we've been making progress on it. It's just every single facet of this project is completely and utterly susceptible to scope creep. Scope creep. Scope creep. That's been the problem around here lately, is that if we can do something, we can come up with a way to do it better, and we can do it better than that, and then we can make it more professional. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with doing that. But, oh man, I made so many people uncomfortable that I lost viewers. Good work. It's okay to have a little bit of scope creep in an art project. We got to get it done. We got to make progress. So part of what we're looking at is to get the power supply squared away, done. That involves wiring up a couple power converters. We've got a 24-volt power supply. We need to make a 5-volt and a 12-volt power supply out of that. 12 volts primarily is to power the pump that's going to cool all of our electronics so that it can be inside of enclosures and not get covered in dust like the other one did. Then we also need to cool the power supply. Apparently these Pololu power supply modules, they get hot. They get very hot. So we will have to wire that up. 12 volts, I don't know what else we're doing with 12. We're not really doing anything else with 12 volts. I don't know why. We have a 24-volt power supply, which is perfect for the 3D printer driver that's going to run the XY table. I have too many 5 and 12-volt supplies, no 24. I want to swap. I have too many 24s. I've got a couple 24-volt power supplies kicking around now. Generally, people come to me and they go, hey, here's a 1,000-watt power supply for my super-duper computer that I don't need anymore. No. I don't want that anymore. If people come to me with power supplies, I turn them away now. I tell them to throw it out, and they go, but it's a power supply. You could use it to, no, I got a bin full of those fuckers. I do not need one. I don't need one. I got this one that I bought on eBay like 10 years ago, literally 10 years ago. And it's more powerful than anything I can throw at it. 24 volts, 24, 48, 50 something. Those are good DC volts to run automation and three-phase motors and stuff like that. Now, if you're really super hardcore, you're doing three-phase power, but you know, I don't have a line here. We're not going to use power directly from the wall to power my stuff. 24, 48, those kinds of things, really good. Stepper motors like a higher voltage. So we got 24 just because I bought this thing. That will probably scale us into the next phase of Burn the Subs, the one that I have planned after this one, which means we've got to get this one working. We've designed this power supply to have all of the different voltages in it and also have status lights. The reason that I was so attracted to these modules over what we were doing is we were going to have Zener diodes that would just say, yeah, the voltage is over 5.1. Here's an LED. I don't really want that. This power supply has a chip on it. The chip is a little smarter than us. It'll be able to tell if anything is wrong. Its status light is therefore a little bit more informative than what we would have had otherwise. So there it is. All right, let me address stuff chat's been saying. Trying to build a clock using a 74HC14 inheriting Smith trigger datasheet gives me frequency equals 1. This is like a homework question. I'm not doing homework questions. The question is, did I use C in UNP? That is literally a homework question. It's like, bother, I need help. 3A, if I were a resistor in a network, what is the value of current at this temperature? Come on. Are these modules industrial pieces? No, they're not industrial. They are consumer. They're sold by a company called Pololu that I like. I really like them. I'm willing to give them a shout out as being a good company because they make these little. You can fit 13 pizzas on the roof. Yeah, that's what we calculated. We did that last time. So the modules come from a company called Pololu. Pololu does a lot of direct robotics stuff. So if you're looking to build a circuit board, you go to DigiKey because you can get the best price on the parts, and it's got a really good search. Or you go to Mauser, those places, right? Because you're ordering it kind of in bulk and stuff like that. If you're looking for components to build something that are like partially assembled or very very specific, like you want something that you can breadboard with the Arduino, you go to SparkFun. SparkFun has all that kind of stuff. It's a little bit more expensive. Then if you are building a robot or you want the best power supply, like board module without thinking about all of the nuance of designing your own power supply, you go to places like Pololu, which have robotic specific stuff. It's sort of the tiers of websites that I go to when I'm building a project, right? Smart streamer of a homework question. What's the square root of a Raspberry Pi? $120? Is that right? I think that's right. Anyway, yeah, so that's sort of the tier of the websites that I look at when I'm building something. So what we wanted was a 5 and a 12 volt module. I bought modules. I keep buying stuff and not using it. I hate that. I bought modules that would do that. They're not exactly that efficient, and they're sort of meant for like solar power applications. They ended up being too big to fit underneath this power supply. So the non-requirement to fit into a certain size became a requirement, and so we ended up I say we, I'm using the royal we, that's me doing all the deciding here. I'm the decider. But anyway, we decided that instead we needed it to fit under this power supply because this will block dust and crap and stuff from getting on the board, and it'll tie things up in a nice pretty way for the cameras, right? So I decided to go to Pololu and see what they had. Well, it turns out under 24 volts, at 24 volts, there's a kind of a limited selection of power supplies to choose from, and they're all like $20. So I ended up buying a couple modules. Pololu's changed the design a little bit to make it a little bit more breadboard friendly. We now have all of the pins that we need. They're doubled up for extra current. I can put headers on this and then plug it into a PCB, and then we'll put it over to screw terminals, and those screw terminals will do our power in and power out. So if anything happens to the modules, I'll be able to pluck them out, replace them. If anything happens anywhere else on the board, I can cut power by unscrewing terminals and pulling the pins on that. So anyway, yeah, Pololu, power supply modules. So what we're doing now, what we're working on right now, is we are shoring up the power supply. We're making sure that I have all the voltages that I could ever possibly need on this board. And that's 12 volts and that's 5 volts. 24 volts will go directly to the, directly to the 3D printer module, which I think probably has its own power conversion stuff on it, but I don't think it can handle the current of the pump. So the 12 volts we're making is literally just for one device. That seems a little inefficient to me, but I guess we don't really have much of a choice. It's unfortunate. I mean, I don't exactly sell 24 volt pumps all over the place, and while I could put just like a big Zener diode on it, I really just don't want to. I want something smart and efficient on it. So, because this thing will be doing constant duty. Duty. Anyway, Pololi designed something that has a power supply specific chip on it. This thing supposedly gets hot as hell, and there's a lot of supporting capacitors around it that are going to get in the way of my trying to pull heat. I think our best bet for this thing, aside from just running it bare, which is what I do on the steering wheel project, instead of just running it bare, I'll put like a 3D printer motor driver heatsink on it. And I think that's the easiest thing. We just let it naturally do natural convection on its own. A weird little ground plane there. I don't know if I like that, but I guess it works. If it works, it works. How's everyone else's holiday been? I've been avoiding COVID. Neighbor has COVID. Unfortunately, I have been in contact with that neighbor, and I do have a runny nose today. I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay, but I am fully vaccinated, so my blood is strong. It has been augmented. All right, let's see here. Yeah, I don't know what to do about these, because like Blue AU has been around for a long time, so he's probably not asking direct homework questions. It's just funny to say that. But we do get people that drop in and ask these completely sort of off the wall questions with multiple parts that sound exactly like, I'm looking for a place to put this thing and I can't find, literally I can't find a single iota of free space where I can put stuff. Yeah, sometimes these questions are structured exactly how you would do homework. Multiple parts and stuff like that. Hiding from COVID, but the holiday time was good. Yeah, I just don't want to deal with it. You know, I don't want to get a cold. Now, should we breadboard this thing first, or should we just jump into designing it? Very simple design here. We're not really going to be doing a whole lot. You know, it's not going to be crazy. It's literally just attach the things to the things using wire, and then the voltage goes where it's needed. But let's see here. I've heard the word free and space used together, but I've never seen the actual concept behind it. It's conceptually, I just can't get through that. All right, I gotta get pins. I need all this stuff. What is this stuff doing up here? God, the hot knife that we tried to build that did not work out. That did not work out at all. It's stainless steel, just will not get heat into it. Not to mention the fact that doing it in the first place was completely unnecessary. As it turns out, my anti-lock braking system is non-functional because there is a pre-pump that turns on at 30 miles an hour, and it is completely seized. As a pump, it is non-functional. We hooked wires up to it, and it did not make any noise. So I'm going to replace it, but then I can't be sure because we saw, okay, you have a bad component in the car, right? Everything in the car is powered by 12 volts. So this ABS module sort of functions as its own little ecosystem within the car. It gets quite a bit of sensor data directly into it, and then it communicates on the CAN bus for anything that it might not have. So it gets the angle of the steering wheel, it gets accelerometer data for both spinning and tilting, and it also gets whether or not you've pushed the brake, as in is the brake switch activated. It also gets brake pressure. It turns on and off different pumps. It flips solenoids to the 4 brakes, and there's just tons of stuff that it does, right? So the way that I guess they built this thing to function in an ABS is they have an electric pump that'll ramp up brake pressure when it's needed, and then they have a pump on the ABS unit that'll ramp it up even more. I guess I don't really know specifically. Yeah, well that is the error that I got. So when this started, my ABS just completely failed. So there's a whole checklist of things that I needed to go through in order to figure out what was wrong with the ABS. It was working intermittently, and then it eventually just stopped working altogether. My suspicion, coming from a later generation of the same car-ish, was that one of the sensors that's looking at a cogwheel on the spindle of each individual wheel, that sensor, bad. Did some tests, Turns out like 4 of them were bad. Well, 3 of them. 1 of them we got into troubleshooting hell with, and it actually turns out there was a little bit of dirt right where the sensor seats, and that pushed the sensor out just a tiny bit. That was enough to completely invalidate any of the data coming from the sensor. So cleaned it up with a brush, put the sensor back in, and this brought us to the point where I had the oscilloscope plugged into the module and I was looking at everything. I cut open the ABS module expecting some of the little gold bonding wires that they use to connect to the circuit board to go bad, because what they did is they essentially made a jello mold. Because the ABS module is in a hot part of the car, they did a special thing to build it. And you see this with RF circuits and stuff. It's basically depositing a ceramic circuit board onto an aluminum heatsink or whatever, just a big piece of aluminum that can dissipate the heat. And then instead of having normal circuit board stuff, they put the chips directly down on the board, and then they use some type of like, I think it's like a silver aluminum kind of thing to solder in all the capacitors and the components and stuff. And then in order to connect to those chips that are directly deposited on ceramic, they use gold bonding wires everywhere. And so the gold bonding wires go to the outside. Well, now you need to protect that from the environment. They decided to use gel. I don't know why. They cover the whole fucking thing in gel, and that gel in a vibration-heavy environment ends up jiggling like a jello mold. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but that's sort of what happens. And so these ductile gold wires are being moved a lot. There's ductile gold wires, and there's aluminum wires that are used in order to connect sort of the grounds and stuff like that. Those typically fail. So I thought, well, if this sensor is giving me all this trouble, maybe it's that gold bonding wire. Opened up the ABS module. We built our own hot knife for that. That ended up not working. We had to heat the knife with a torch, cut open the thing. Great content, right? We got to look at the thing on the microscope. That wasn't what was wrong. Everything inside looked perfect. So I got to the point where I had to take this oscilloscope out to the garage, and I had to use my long pin. Came with a set of probes for the oscilloscope. This long pin I had to insert into the back of the connector through all the weather seals. So I had to push the weather seals out of the way, squidge this thing all the way down to the pins that were connecting each individual signal. And then I was able to spin the wheel and see if it came up with data on the sensor. That's where I discovered there was dirt behind the sensor. Once all that stuff was fixed, the ECU, and keep in mind, it's not the engine control unit, because this isn't the engine. This is the anti-lock brake module. So it's not, all these modules exist in their own little ecosystem. And so the ABS module is what I had to basically scan into with the OBD plug. And then that module said, my pre-pump doesn't work. So we pulled the whole thing open, the pre-pump, pulled it open, the connector, tested, and had it turn on the pre-pump. I got 10.6 volts. 10.6 isn't 12. Now, my car wasn't turned on at the time, so that could be part of the reason that it was only 10 volts. Should be 12 volts, though. Luckily, there's a battery contact right nearby, so we took jumpers. We connected the battery contact to the pump, blew up my jumpers because they weren't high current enough. Nothing from the pump. So I'm going to replace the pump. There's still a possibility that the ABS module, there's MOSFETs. There's open MOSFETs in the ABS module. I've seen people replace those before. It's possible that the MOSFETs are broken as well. It's 10 volts isn't exactly 12. What a shit show this has been. Just trying to get my car able to function at all. All right, anyway, that rant aside, what we're doing today is working on power supplies. Where was that power supply thing that we took apart? Did I throw that out? I don't think I threw it out. There's a good screw terminal on that old one, the one that we picked apart. I don't think I have it anymore. I think I threw it out. Darn it. That would have been very useful for us today. Let me look around for it a little bit. We're trying to shore up the power supply, because the power supply is where we start with the whole project. I mean, you know, we need to make sure that we're giving it the proper voltages and that they're stable enough to give us good results. Since we have an automation thing going on here, we have a Raspberry Pi, and that requires like a little over 5 volts, pretty much 5.1. we can give it 5 volts and it should be okay with it, but sometimes Raspberry Pis get a little squirrely with that and they end up, yeah, imagine how much that would have cost you had you taken it to a shop. I wonder if they would have been able to find the problem faster than me. I don't know if they would. Because all of the horror stories of people that keep taking their car back to the mechanic, and the mechanic goes, oh, it's the speed sensors. Oh, it's the whole ABS module. Oh, it's this, it's that, it's the other thing. And eventually people accidentally come up with the root cause of the problem. But typically the root cause of the problem is that they put the ABS module right next to the exhaust header. So it gets super hot. Coupled with the wheel speed sensors going bad. It's between those. But yeah, the whole troubleshooting process, it would have been a lot easier if I'd skipped to the direct electrical stuff that I did later on. C'est la vie. Such is life. All right, so yeah, unburn the subs. I know I'm skipping around with projects. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's all of the forum posts are of people like taking their car to the mechanic over and over again. Horrifying. Burn the subs. Burn the subs is an automated laser etching table, essentially, right? And then we run a couple of applications on a Raspberry Pi that hooks it up to Twitch. It plugs it into Twitch, and it allows for me to have subscribers burnt onto a word cloud on the board. So here's the board. There it is. It is a piece of live edge board this time. So we've got a couple challenges with this board, and that's to sort of trace the weird shape of that board and make sure that we can avoid that. We'll do that all in software. I think we'll be able to plug like an Xbox controller into it and then have the laser go into super low power mode and have me able to trace it and have it create like a PNG masking image. That's what I want to do with it. That's going to be pretty intense software-wise. It's doable, though. You know, we can find plenty of stuff that will plug, you know, my poor brain. My brain's been dwindling, guys. I don't think I'll have any executive function by the end of the stream. Anyway, we can find stuff that will let us control Clipper with an API, with a programming interface. Hopefully from Python, because that's where most 99% of Burn the Subs exists. Actually, all of it. It's all Python. It's all Python. Hopefully we'll be able to control Clipper through an API with Python. And that'll allow us to have better control over the table. And that'll allow me to plug a controller in and actually trace out the masking image. We'll have to make a module that helps me do that. In addition to that, the clippering of this thing will tie together our 3D printer controller and the Raspberry Pi. They will be entwined with one another, which means we need to get that system, Clipper and the Python program, able to fully configure itself and come on and be operative from a power outage. I need it to just come up and work. Also, it's possible that we plug it into Node-RED and OBS so that when I hit start stream, it will activate the board. But that means that when I hit start stream, I might immediately have to deal with Burn the Subs functioning. I don't want to have an external button on any of this. I had an external button last time. I'd say, let's go activate the board, and I go push a button, and then everything would happen. It's possible that I could just do it through the computer. I could have a Stream Deck button that does it, maybe, and do that through Node-RED. So Node-RED might have a board active thing that checks to see that I'm streaming, and that, yeah. So that's what has to happen software-wise. Before that, I could do a giant knife switch. I could make an Internet of Things knife switch, the mad scientist knife switch. I don't want to have it externally spark because that could wreak havoc on RF devices. Yeah, I could also just put a delay in there. That's true. So yeah, that's what we're up against software. Hardware-wise, I want to have all of this stuff on the wall and functioning before we get into software. So we have a 24-volt power supply that's going into the 3D printer. We will make 5 volts from that. That will go into the Raspberry Pi, as well as the screen that the Pi is going to be controlling. I hope this is 3 volts and this is 5 volts. That could be a problem. I might need a level shifter to hide behind this thing. Need an assistant. I'll have Willow throw the switch. I'll have my corgi throw the switch. Well, now I need to get make a little video where I do a paw. One of my favorite gags in any comedy is when they have a paw on a stick and it comes in from the side of the screen and does something. So I need to do a paw on a stick gag with Willow, my corgi puppy, flipping the switch. Anyway, so 24 volts, 5 volts, 5 volts, and then 12 volts for the pump. What's going to turn on and off the pump? I would assume the Raspberry Pi is probably going to have agency over that. I won't make too many individual automated systems. We'll have everything running from threads on the Pi. So some kind of a temperature monitor, or whenever the board is active, it'll turn on the pump. And then from there, I also need to have it turn on the pump periodically just to make sure the bubbles aren't forming. That's what we had before. We had like a long timer that would turn on the pump for like 2 minutes and then turn it off again. But yeah, while Burn the Subs is running, we probably should be pumping water through everything, especially when the laser's burning. Meme? Wait, what is this acronym? I don't get it. Okay, all right, let's see here. So 2 boards have to go onto this thing. It's very difficult to figure out which one is which. Are there any markings on this one? Oh yeah, I was talking about hardware. Sorry. Sorry. I'm discombobulated. So, hardware-wise, we get the power supply working, then we can wire it up to the components up here. I need to design something to hold the pump, possibly rearrange things up here. That'll be 3D printing. That'll be Fusion 360. I need to get the clasps on the power supply, or sorry, the clasps on the back of the control panel. That will button up this area so that mechanically everything is there, and then we can electrically get everything sorted out, and then we can get everything, the water that it needs in order to be cool. We need to figure out how to cool this board. It might just be a brass pipe soldered to it on the back end. I might just do that. I don't know what MEEM is. You're making it sound like a mechanical, electrical, I don't know, man. Burn the Subs is going to plug, the whole board is going to plug in through this DB connector right here. So that's 2 motors, that's 8 pins. It needs 12 volts for the lights. It needs 5 volts for the, well, actually 24 volts go out to the laser. Probably 12 volts for the laser itself. And then, all the other stuff. There aren't limit switches. That's going to help us out. These things can hit up against a blockage and then detect that. That's what the stepper motor controllers bring to the table. We need to make sure that we get enough pressure in water all the way out to the laser. I have these disconnects, and I had to order more of them because I ordered the wrong kind, but I have the ones that they now will disconnect from both sides. So when I plug the laser in to water, if I need to unplug it, it will unplug properly without leaking everywhere. Because there's going to be a lot of water in the system. Water cooling the laser is, of course, the memeiest way to do it, but it's also just what we're going to do. Just for fun. I mean, you know, why not? So that'll be good. The quick disconnects are going to bring a lot to the table there. You know, keep it from being horrible. Yeah, so that's what we need to do. Oh my God. I need to get Clipper running on the Raspberry Pi. I need to get an API interface into Clipper, and then we need to take our old software, and I need to do the artistic stuff that we're going to do to it, which is reduce. We're going to get rid of the thing that resizes names. We're going to have one size for gift subs. We'll have another size for personal subs. The personal subs will be a little bit larger. Gift subs will all be in a single line font. I think that'll be pretty cool. While it's de-incentivizing gifts a little bit, it also incentivizes individuals to sub and then it'll have sort of a different look from the other boards without getting too crazy. Because people have been like, what if you put names on an angle and blah, blah, blah. No, let's not overcomplicate it. I need it to be very simple. We need, the artistic updates are important, but they need to be simple because we've got a lot of scope creep. We got a lot of scope creep, Chad. We got a lot. Not to gift Fat a year of subs, so he's stuck small. Oh my god. Well, I'm not gonna say this is gonna take a year. We are gonna be working on more of this. Basically, just be working on burn the subs though. Scope creep. Well, that's the problem. No, but that's a double-edged sword. That's like the doubliest edge of swords. Content means no burn the subs, which means the channel stagnates more. So I need this project to be done, but I need to put my best foot forward because I'm not half-assing this one. This is the only thing we're not half-assing around here. We're gonna whole-ass this one. A triple-edged sword, but you can't suture up those wounds. Okay. So yeah, I'm having an executive function meltdown right now. Let's get pin headers onto these power supply units and let's figure out what that circuit board's gonna look like. Because it's very basic. It's just gonna be a 24 volt in and then 5 and 12 out. And we'll all do that on the headers that I don't know where they are right now. I don't know where the headers are, okay? Don't you judge me. We can steal the headers directly from these. How are we gonna tell these apart? That's the part that we're on right now. So yeah, let's work on burn the subs. Well, yeah, I mean, as soon as burn the subs 3 is done and works, like functions, we'll start looking at burn the subs 4. That's going to use the Granite Devices controller as well as well, no, that's just going to use the Granite Devices controller. What's wrong with my brain, guys? My brain doesn't work. How do we know that this one is 12 volts? There's no individual part number. It's the same circuit board as the other one. These components have changeable exterior components that determine what voltage it is. What the heck is this? Is that E plus E? No, it's 3.3? What is that? We gotta get closer. I gotta get closer. What the heck is that thing? Yeah. I gotta get closer. I gotta see what the heck that marking is. Oh, we have to be a little bit above that. I need to go just out, just a tiny bit. There we go. Now I can get focus. Are they putting equations on these things? Why is it 3.3? What is that? Is it like a coil? That's really weird. I've never seen that before. That is the letter D. Are they using, they're using like coded resistors. Oh, those are so annoying to look up. 12D is a particular value. 69C giggity, that's another value. Yeah. Reg 24D. Is that the part, is that gonna differ from one to the other? Hold on, let's see. We'll take a look at Palola's website in just a second here. That'll probably answer most of my questions, but hold on one sec. You gotta get the other one out of the packaging here. J2547, 24D. Yeah, no difference there. 3.3 is the same. Here we go, 480 down there and a 0. Yeah, so there's the difference. 8EL and that one. And then anything else? 304, 224. Yeah, that one's different. And then up top row, 8, 69, 12, 69, 69, 95. Hey, Last Miles, how you doing? How's it going? How's it going over there in Last Miles town? We I just got back from, well, break is over. I've missed a couple streams lately, so we've had lower numbers around here, which always seems to affect the mental state of a streamer. I totally and completely expected it. But yeah, I'm just coming back and we're working on Burn the Subs, which is my wall-mounted laser subscriber etching board. It's hooked up to the Twitch API, and it will burn the names of people who've subscribed onto this giant slab of live edge board that I have sitting behind me. We've had 2 previous Burn the Subs, and they've just been big square boards, sort of like a proof of concept and then a slight improvement on the proof of concept. And now we're starting to get a little bit artistic with it. And then the one that comes after this one is going to be much better. It's going to be much cooler and interesting. Yeah, the Twitch API, the undocumented parts of the Twitch API are my favorite. For some reason, they send you JSON with an embedded JSON, and the embedded JSON has all the information that we need in it. But then all that information is completely discombobulated and well, some of it's documented, but the one thing that they don't give, which they give it for channel points, because eventually Twitch is getting their act together. They don't do it for subscriptions. They don't give you a transaction ID. I need a transaction ID for each subscriber, which means this subscriber has paid money. I need that information. We had to make a system of rules. It's like a gauntlet of rules that the name has to go through and be checked on in order to make sure that this isn't either a repeat or an early or a late sub. Because what people can do is there's like a window where they could sub, and they could sub, they like announce their sub, then pay money, then announce their sub again. I've never run into it, but other people have been able to do it. So it's something that we had to plan for in our code, and it's just because the Twitch API is so bumbling and undocumented and incomplete. Anyway, we'll take a look at that in the future, but right now we're doing hardware. I want to shore up all the hardware on the board to make sure that the next generation of board is ready to go. It's been a couple years. It's been an entire pandemic since we had a working board on this channel. Typically what would happen is somebody would sub, I'd have to stop everything, jump up, run over to the board, position the camera. Thank you guys for the follows. We're in kind of a introverted follow mode where we're not like super announcing, and I'm not like, oh my God, thank you so much for following my channel. Oh, I can't believe it. Finally. Anyway, that's the deal. That's what we're working on. Burn the Subs. So this is a thing on my wall, and there are stepper motors on it, and it moves these rails back and forth in order to etch with a blue laser the board. All of that stuff is powered by hardware, and that hardware exists on a strip that's right next to the board. That is held on by makerbeam rails. The makerbeam rails will hold the reservoir, radiator, pump, not shown, the control box, which has a VFD character display, Raspberry Pi, and an SKR Mini V3 or something like that. I don't know. It's a 32-bit 3D printer driver, which, you know, 3D printers and laser etching setups are very similar in terms of the way they control things. So, and then what we're working on right now, bada bing, this thing, this beast, this lovely beast of a power supply. It was too good not to use. I had to clean out a storage space, and this thing came out of the storage space. This is a Vicor flat pack power supply. This thing makes more 24 volts than we could ever possibly need. We supplemented that with 3D printed rails, all designed in Fusion 360, and we need to get the status lights working on this thing. So I need to make 5 volts for the Raspberry Pi. It's like kind of almost 5 volts. It's a little past 5 volts rather. I need to make 12 volts for the pump and the laser, and then 24 volts we have natively, as well as some status lights that are inherent to the Vicor power supply. Set all that up so that I can at a glance see whether or not my board is functioning. This is a 2-filament 3D print. I basically just put a pause in the print, changed out to the clear filament, and then had that print for a time and then flipped back. So I've got little blinders behind these things, and then those will get illuminated by surface mount LEDs for a board that just kind of clicks into the back of that thing. Just got the puppy last time I was here. What puppy? What are you talking about? Oh, my puppy? Yeah, my puppy she's a little over 5 months old. and she's doing great. Little corgi puppy. It's totally changed my schedule around here, and I'm having troubles with keeping up with everything. All right, so 12 volts and 5 volts. These two power supply modules, I've been talking about this the entire stream and not actually getting any work done. These are Pololu power supply modules. Pololu is great for like if you're building a robot specifically, or if you're like me and you need to have like a shitload of power on something, they make these really nice power supply modules that are like brutal. These things get very hot. These things get physically like hot to the touch when you utilize them. So we will be putting heat sinks on it because that's what we do. The board is going to be water cooled, but I'm not going to water cool the power supply. That's kind of insane. If we really feel like doing that, maybe we'll go down that road. But for right now, we're not going to do that. You get work done on Twitch. There's a you'll know this, and a couple other people here will know this, that there's a multiplicative effect on. Yeah, I'm just going to put together this power supply board and wire it up this stream. This is going to take us like 3 streams to do, just because of the pacing of Twitch. It multiplies out how hard it is to build stuff, especially with hardware. I could work a mile a minute, but then my stream would be a lot less interesting because I'm like personally addressing you guys and reading your comments and doing stuff like that. Also, it would be not a good stream if I was just sitting here working and ignoring you guys. So it takes a lot of hosting and explaining to do Twitch projects. And it's always funny because I'm always like, all right, today we're just going to wire up an LED, and it takes like 5 hours for me to do. Mm-hmm. That and the yak shaving, yes. Oh, the yaks that I've shaved. it's like a crime. Okay, so here's the deal. I would like to put these things on headers and then have that able to mount to the maker beam behind the board. So these two power supply modules should probably go on a circuit board, and that circuit board, oh boy, this is precarious. That circuit board needs to fit. Okay, no, pivot. Okay. That circuit board needs to exist behind the board in this little tunnel here. I've got a circuit breaker. Here, let me move the light. Move the light. This is going to be full of wiring harnesses, but it'll be the fun kind of wiring harness. All this stuff will go up and feed into the back of the control panel part of the board. I like that you take the time to go through things and get kind of dry, but those don't happen often. Charisma is my sale. I'm wondering if I need to make these things attach from the side. Sorry, I'm going in 3 directions at once. Everything else attaches from the side, right? Like this attaches, well, everything else is like 2 things, but they all attach from the side. I wonder if I need to redesign. It's like I can do this now at least, but well, that would mean that this thing would need wings. It would need little wingies sticking out of the sides here. And those would interface with that. Then how would I print that? How would that print? Because these printed pretty much like this. Printed like this. And if I had little wingies up there, they could be on support structure. They would be a little bit weird. Yeah, maybe I'll design and I'll get that printing at some point. These are designed to hold on to these little spring clasps. And that's going to hold the piece of glass up against the board without it exploding. But I'll need to make that piece and then have an indent in that so that this sits on the rail, but it also has the piece going through it to mount it. Complicated. That's all right. Okay, so this is one of those solar power supply modules that we decided to not go with. They're not very efficient. I wanted the efficiency on it. We can sacrifice this one. We'll get the pin header off of this one. That'll be our 5 volts and our 12 volt and ground output. Or maybe we'll just share ground with everything and send one wire over. That might be the way to do it. So I want this board to exist on here, and it can be no taller than whatever clearance we have to play with. Stiletto! Good to see you, Stiletto. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Guten Tag. I don't know, man. I don't know all the prefixing and the gendering of the German language. I should have studied German. I studied Latin, which I guess kind of helps you with all languages, and it helps you with things like you know, all the different mathematical Latin-y kind of academic stuff. It doesn't really help as much as you'd think, though. And that was high school. But a friend of mine studied German. I wasn't jealous because I probably would have gotten more mileage out of German at this point. How's it going, Stiletto? We had Last Miles pop in here a minute ago, too. By the way, you guys should all check out these people, these kind people who are bothering to raid the channel. This is stuck because this overlaps a little bit. Give me my stuff. You get the fuck out of there. Get out of there. Give me this fucking... Okay, got it. I had to turn into a little goblin. Get that thing out of there. I don't know. I had another one of these that we took apart, and it had the big header on it. I kind of like that header. I flunked in Latin. Hey, thank you guys for the follows. It means good evening. Yeah, right. You're probably fooling me on that. I don't trust you for 1 second. You're definitely misleading me. I don't trust that. I don't trust that. Probably means something really offensive. I'm a lot of things, but kind is rarely used. I don't... Look, you run your stream. I will compliment anybody who raids my channel, unless they're outwardly awful. Okay, I don't know. This thing isn't 120 watt DC to DC converter. It basically just has a big... It has a big toroid in the middle of it, which is like a transformer. Big toroid in the middle of it. Basically, power goes in, it wiggles the power, the wiggly power goes into the toroid, the number of coils around the toroid determine whether or not the power goes up or down. Proportionally, V equals IR, of course, so if you have more voltage, you have less current. But then the wiggly power is then turned back into DC power and outputted again, and it's not incredibly efficient. It's effective if you're not too worried about losing power along the way, and I'm not. This whole thing is potted in a rubber in order to keep it environmentally separated from the environment, I should say. But it's got this nice header on it that I want. So I have already broken off the little mounting wings of this thing. I could just get kind of violent with this thing and get into it and then desolder the pin header and put that onto our own board. We're not necessarily going to do this board. I just need to plan this whole thing before I start building. There's not much to this circuit. I'll say that right now. We don't need a lot of stuff on this circuit. We need a pin header that's going to go to the status lights, which are these things over here, and that has its own circuit board. So we're going to need a certain number, a minimal amount of pins that go over to this thing, and then we're going to need a big screw terminal that will hook this thing into our wiring harness. The circuit itself is basically power in goes to the modules, power out goes to the header, and then the status lights go to the LEDs. That's it. Power's turned on, status lights come on, I get to see whether or not my board functions. There's no higher sort of intelligence going on here. We're not going to use the enable pins to turn on and off these things. This hardware should function 365 days, right? So with that, I need to get my act together. I need to figure out how I'm going to put this thing together. Let's see here. Yeah, do I have a pin header, or sorry, a screw terminal? Use the proper words for the proper hardware. I'm very discombobulated. This is our first time back after a little bit of a break, and I've been sort of inundated with taking care of a new dog. So she's been a good puppy though. I also potentially got exposed to COVID. I could have COVID. Every single little tiny bit of a symptom, I'm like, that's it, I'm dead. I'm fully vaccinated. I've got all of my booster shots. I'm more powerful than you can possibly imagine. However, I really just don't want to get it. It sounds like it's really, really annoying. Let's see here. Yeah, if you guys remember from last stream, we tried opening up my ABS module with a hot knife. And by hot knife, I literally mean I was heating up a knife. Isn't Oh, this is the same thing, only still in the packaging. But yeah, we literally were heating up a knife and using it to cut open a Bosch ABS module, only to find that the Bosch ABS module is perfectly fine. If you've been following on the Discord, you've seen pictures where I took my oscilloscope. By the way, I'm just off camera. I'm starting to search through stuff. We can actually put that on this camera. You guys can see me talking while I'm sifting. That's the light that I get to look into when I'm talking to you guys. But yeah, we took that Bosch ABS module and we opened it up and we saw a very interesting circuit board, which is essentially just a ceramic substrate and a bunch of gold bonding wires. And when those exist in a hot engine compartment, they're not harmed by the heat because there's no plastic layered fiberglass whatever circuit board. However, in a vibration environment, which is, you know, an engine bay, it acts kind of like a jello mold and it jiggles around. So even those gold bonding wires that they use to get signals in and out are subject to wiggling about, and they eventually fail. They're one of the most common failures in that ABS module. So I thought, you know what, that's the problem. That's definitely it. So we took it apart. Turns out it's perfectly fine. That wasn't the problem at all. I'm dumb. I'm dumber for it. Wasted all of our time. It took me taking the oscilloscope all the way out to the garage in order to probe the individual lines while the car was on. And I found that the sensor was not bad. It was, in fact, a little piece of dirt right behind the sensor. Just a little piece, just a little bit of detritus, a little bit of road grime, got behind the sensor's mounting plate. The bots have been to college. Oh no, I missed it. What did it say? Well, actually, don't repeat anything it said. So, oh, there's 5 parallel viruses ahead of us. Yeah, so the oscilloscope plugging directly into the fucking thing and allowing me to get a live readout of exactly what was happening. So I knew that the computer wasn't lying to me because my oscilloscope does not lie. It's the most trusty piece of equipment that I own. So I was able to see the little signal go up and down, and as it turns out, the sensor wasn't giving any data. So I looked and looked and looked for the problem with the sensor, thinking like, what is this? Like, I know that the wire's okay because I'm at the point where it connects to the computer. So is the computer wrong? The computer's not wrong. We probed out all those lines. They are perfectly fine. We know that it goes all the way to the chip. So I'm like, all right, maybe I need to buy a new thing. Took the sensor out of the wheel and put a piece of metal next to it. Boom, there's some data. It made a square wave. What the hell? So I plugged it back in, spun the wheel, nothing. Oh no, is my spindle broken? Is something in here? And then I found a little tiny piece of dirt and I went, click, put the sensor back in, worked perfectly. Fuck! And then as soon as I took that on the test drive, it said your pre-compressor pump is bad. The computer did. So now I'm replacing that part. But that's what we were working on last time. Now we're working on burning the subs. So I need to get my crap together, and I'm a little discombobulated today. I'm going in a couple different directions at once. Our goal today is to at least get the power supply rolling. And I don't mean functioning. Don't misquote me on that one. By get rolling, I mean at least just start working on this so that I know what I'm doing. Posted a screenshot on my Discord for later viewing. Yeah, if you can remind me of that, because I want to see what it said. But don't repeat what they say, because you'll get smacked down. All right, I'm looking for headers. I think I got them in here. Yeah, I can see them already. I should have extracted the screw terminals from the other. Yeah, let's just steal them from one of these things. What a waste of $20, but oh well. Sometimes you just waste money. We can't look back, chat. Don't look back. Just don't do it. You won't be able to tolerate it. I can't. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. If I did a tally sheet of all the expenses for this project, I would cry. I would open weeping. I would openly weep. You know, a lot of the stuff that I stress on the stream is using the junk that you've got. And to a degree we do that. It's just sometimes you just can't We have to look at the voltage for the Q-line A12. That's the laser driver. All right, let me just, okay. So I found headers, but I don't think I like them, so. Oh, ViewBot. Seller, but it was, what, was he using big words or something? Yeah, so we're just gonna steal this pin header, because then we can have 24 in, 5, 12 out. Bother cries for 15 minutes straight, yeah. The bot wrote an entire essay. But then you, like, as soon as you, even if, okay, let's, devil's advocate, right? Because man, ViewBots, you really can just get away with that stuff. You know, it's really fucking slimy, but you can do that, and you can partner by doing that. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night if I did that. What's up, Groovy? I would not be able to sleep at night if I did something like that. We did not use anything like that. But let's say, devil's advocate, let's say I wanted that, right? I got up to 60 viewers, or 50 or 40, where are they? They're like 40-ish viewers, you start getting those. If I wanted to buy views from a bot that was advertising in my stream, it's almost impossible now, because they're not allowed to have any links in their bio, and the account gets killed almost immediately. So what's the incentive for them to do that? Like, why do they do that? Twitch is borked. I heard people don't grow as much on Twitch anymore. We were talking about that earlier. I mean, that's what I did, is I streamed at the same time every day for a long time, and, you know, slow growth. And then also, people like, Rob Oz being a good friend, helping me out, raiding every now and then, just doing weird stuff and having fun. It's just a rogue AI making more bots to make more bots. Oh no. The future's weird. Stealing login info, maybe. I don't know, there was one that was like drops that I got while I was watching another streamer. It's like, hey, you want drops? And I'm like, what the hell is this thing? I like immediately reported it. But I had to like look, I tried to like incognito look up the website. I was like, what is this? Because like, if you wanted to buy views, I mean, you would obviously seek it out elsewhere, but if you wanted to do it and the bot like contacted you, the account is dead as soon as you click on it. Yeah, cough drops. I want to get those drops. Get that gear in Warhammer. So my friend and I started playing co-op Halo Infinite. And I've got to say, that is the worst. No, I'm just kidding. It's actually really fun. It's really fun. I mean, we didn't expect much from it. One thing I don't like is that I don't have all the cool gear that I earned in Halo 3 on the Xbox. I played a lot of that game. But we went into it with kind of no expectations, seeing as gamers are always overly dramatic. In before sliced finger. Yeah, I'm feeling that too. I've explained several times about the ABS module, Groovy, and where I am with that. I'm not going to do it again because I just explained it, but... okay. Whew. God, that is stronger than it looks. How do we get the other one out? That's just rubber behind it, so pulling it out of here is going to be kind of tough. Can do it directly. I told you I'm more powerful than you could possibly imagine. Okay, that's not doing anything. Actually, we don't need to pull it out fully. I could just unsolder that. Well, it's not going to just fall away, is it? Maybe it will. I don't know. My fingers hurt. Why do my fingers hurt? Something to protect the plastic of the desk, and then this thing on it. 5G beams. That's what it is. That's what it always boils down to, is those 5G towers. So yeah, we tried Halo Infinite co-op, and it is genuinely very fun. We didn't expect much from the game, and we're a little disappointed that all of the cool stuff that we liked from the other Halos isn't exactly there. No Spartan Beam. I mourn the loss of the Spartan Beam. But as casuals, we've been having a really good time on Legendary difficulty. I don't really expect a whole hell of a lot from co-op Halo. I mean, it's like the same thing with all the other co-ops where they're like, Master Chief, you're our only Master Chiefs, you're our only hope. There's two of you there suddenly. I thought we only had one Master Chief. I've only ever talked to one person. Are you guys twins? So it's pretty much that again. I'm sort of a little disappointed that I'm gonna need more solder than this. I'm a little disappointed that we can't take like multiplayer gear into the single player campaign. Without that, I have literally no incentive to play multiplayer. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to play multiplayer. I'm perfectly happy in a single player environment, well, co-op environment in that game. And while it is aping a lot of stuff off of, for instance, Doom and several other open worldy, well, Doom is an open world, but they've taken a lot of cues from a lot of AAAs that do similar styles of gameplay. And I don't know, it's fun. Games nowadays can be hit or miss. Yeah, that's true. That's a very Martok thing to say, just stating the obvious. But yeah, overall, I would give it a pretty decent grade in terms of fun. Just dumb fun. Because while the game does have a lot of no fun kind of stuff integrated into it, I'm retinning the iron, by the way. The tip is looking a little rough. So what I'm doing is I'm just covering it in solder for a little bit, and I'm going to distribute the solder around. If I really need to, I have a thing that I can dip this in that'll tin the blade, but I think this will be good enough. And just let the iron bake it for a second. Try to hit. Yeah, I might need to use the tinning thing. The tip will get dirty and oxidized, and when it does that, it's not as effective because it's all of your working area of the tip is uneven. Plant and harvest your crops in Halo. God of War Ragnarok was the only game in the last 10 years I stayed up late to play. Well, it's good to find something like that. I've been an absentee gamer. I haven't played a lot of games lately, and I've just been sort of falling out of the habits. And I would like to have played a bunch of games by now. You know, I kind of started Disco Elysium, and I haven't gotten back to it in a while. No, they're not going mobile game. Ooh, that's bad smoke. So this is just a tinning substance that helps you clean up and re-tin your iron tip. And I just wipe that. I use a dry sponge. Some people like the wet sponge. Probably should be using a wet sponge to re-tin the tip, but going back to long drive and just relaxing. That's an interesting choice. I need to do long drive with the wheel. I feel like that would be a lot of fun. And also less dangling stuff that'll suddenly physics me into an explosion, because we had a long drive stream, and it ended with my car basically exploding for no reason, which happens in long drive, sure. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm heating each terminal for just a little bit, and I've got the tweezers putting pressure separating the terminals from the circuit board. Now there is still like rubber celastic on there. So I don't know if that's going to keep me from separating the two out or what. Yeah, Halo Infinite has been a lot of fun. I mean, just being able to be like combat evolved and then dropping in on stuff with like just weird stuff that we've used to like push the game. Like giving all of your soldiers a particular weapon and loading them up in the people carrier and then just rolling in on an enemy like encampment. That's been sort of our little portable HIMARS. Wait, HIMARS are portable? Yeah, it's been our HIMARS strategy for a while. Because one of the spikers that you can get, it just launches like a big spike bolt, but then you can get one where the spike bolt explodes. And so we've been loading the soldiers up with those because the soldiers don't have tracked ammo. They have infinite ammo. And if you load them up in a Jeep, like for instance with a bunch of sniper rifles, they will pick off everything in the area. So we load them up onto the Jeep. So we got 4 of them going, and it's basically just an artillery Portable artillery. This isn't separating a lot, is it? Tabs? Yeah. No, it's been amazing. In driving games, I treat this gas like a switch. Trucking sim is more fun than it looks. Listen, we tried Euro Trucker, my friend and I, and I don't know, just didn't care for it. Maybe it's different playing it alone. I don't know. It's just not the game for me. Half-Life Alyx VR, that's one that I've been meaning to finish. I started that and I didn't get to finishing it because my VR was broken for a little while. Turns out the wires they used have a few too many connections in them, which is sort of annoying and sad. They really should have just used a big USB-C cable. But what we got is what we got, and the parts of the cable are susceptible to breakage. I don't think I have the old cable. I think I got rid of it. But if we did have the old cable, we could do some testing on it to see where that breakage is. Because, man, that was a really frustrating problem. But they wanted, like, what was it? Oh, how much is the new cable? They wanted me to pay full price for the cable. And I'm like, come on, man. And then Valve was merciful. And they decided to let me live and sent me a free cable. I'm like, I've been a customer since like 2000, what was it, 7? Yeah, why would you put a strain relief in your proprietary connector if you can sell a new one? What a mess. I mean, I wish that there are generic cables for the previous generation. You can just buy a generic cable, but there's none for the new, or not new, but the current generation. How annoying. But there is strain relief on it. Yeah, legalize USB-C. I think USB-C can carry everything that would be needed. I fear that there might be other anchors on this thing. As I'm applying heat, this thing is basically making cracking noises as the tweezers are pulling them apart. But I somewhat fear that there's another anchor on this somewhere. Because that ain't moving. Oh, yeah, it looks like I need to... Yep, okay. This is what's happening. So the plastic, the top of the plastic is hitting this plastic. Plastic cutting tip on an iron. Listen, I don't have a plastic cutting tip, and we tried to build one. That was last... God, a million years ago. Whatever the last stream I did was us trying to build a hot knife for my soldering iron. It didn't really work. So I bought a hot knife. I bought one. It was not cheap either. But now I've got that tool. And the reason that I bought it, because I would like to, how much did it cost? I'm going to tell you, you figure it out. Why do I have to volunteer that information to you people? It was like $60. But now I can open up the Omnipods without nearly killing myself with the bandsaw. The Omnipod is the insulin pump that I use. It is a disposable insulin pump. Reviewed your safety report and determined that a version of our terms of service community guidelines has occurred. Result, enforcement action has been taken. Took the Twitch less than 7 minutes to ban the bot. I reported a bot and I never got a follow-up. Nice of them to do that, though. I wonder if that's an automated process or what. The bot's dead. We've killed another robot, chat. Rejoice. We kill bots on this channel. That's what we do. You might be building bots, but I kill them. I actively hunt them down. Actually, it's entirely Octoj. The reason that we identify bots is because they basically view your channel and they continue to view your channel even if they're banned. So what can occur is that when somebody gifts subs, those subs can go to bots that are banned. And that's just not fair. So Octoj has been actively involved in banning the bot accounts so that they don't get... Sorry, did I say if they're banned, they don't get gift subs. They remain a viewer. But if we don't ban them, they can get gifted subs. So Octoj has been seeking out bots and banning them on his own. So you people getting those gift subs, you can thank Octoj. that they're being routed towards you. This is a nightmare to get off. I don't know what's going on with this thing. Does it go further? This is it. This is it. It's just these 4 pins, and I just need to heat them up enough so that they'll pop out of the circuit board, and then we can work on the other board. But they're being annoying. Now I could use Chip Quick on that, but Chip Quick costs money. I think it's just heat over time. We'll pop it off. Come on, bud. Yeah, we'll have some puppy streams next month, by the way, because I'm gonna be taking care of the dog on my own. So during stream, I'm either gonna have to go upstairs, take her on a walk, or we'll try to get her down here, and then maybe I'll have to do walkies in the middle of streams. I'll have to make like well, God, I can't make moving graphics. I'll have to figure out how. I think I have all the tools. Make it just like a little, or I'll just find a corgi walking graphic, but it'd be funnier if it was Willow. What's going on here? Hey, give me this part. Should be enough pressure on this thing. I don't know why it's not moving. Possibly the heat isn't getting through the board. Regular in a stream once they were dropped. Yeah, that's the... So it goes... We figured out that it does go to a pool of people who have viewed the stream in the past. I don't know how much it does that anymore. You know, like goes... Because it used to be that it would go to... like, people who have just barely... There it is. People who have just barely, like, seen the stream would get gift subs. Because that happened here, where you get more gifts than there are people viewing, because that's part of the board. It just like incentivizes that kind of behavior, which is great for me. It's very nice for me. This is a very warm part that I've just extracted from that thing. Ow! Nice to meet you. All right, let's get this thing over here. All right, so very simple. We're just gonna have like 24 volt ground, 5 volt, 12 volt. We're not going to need any more than these 4 pins. Ground will just be a shared terminal with stuff. I think is that kosher with these things? Let's look up the power supplies. I need more information now. So let me pull this window over here. Oh yeah, this is the circuit board for the I still have this window open. The circuit board for the ABS module. It's a ceramic board that's covered in gel. Like as in, I poked these terminals in order to ohm them out. Basically, I poked a terminal and then a nearby component. And when I removed the probes, it sealed up. Well, that's the question that I want to answer right now. Are the modules okay with a common ground? No, it's not shy. It's like environmental stuff, and it keeps out... Well, keeping out moisture, because the back of this thing is completely open. There's just one little rubber seal on it. The gel acts like a jello, though, and it jiggles around. And when it jiggles around, it kills those little sensors. But that apparently wasn't what was wrong. So anyway, let's go to Pololu. The pre-pump is what went wrong in the car. So I'm replacing it now. It's one of many things that have gone wrong in the car. So... My whole ABS system was just in shit shape. Oh, we have this in the shopping cart. That's not the one that I got though. Step down voltage regulators. And then we are, which one? We are 24D. No, wait, DV, that's 0J. Why don't any of the part numbers meet up? That's this one. DV3650FX. These go up to 50 volts. Yeah, that's definitely the one. Is that a unique design? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So it's this one. Boop. Why is it that cheap Nissans run forever and these highly engineered BMWs and Mercedes die in 10 years? Complexity, I guess. There might be a difference in philosophy on how they assemble the cars too. I clicked on the wrong one. DV3650. We're going to be running it at 24 volts. So we're going to have quite a bit of output current from these things. Okay, so what do we need to know about this? We need to know, are they okay with the common ground? I would assume that the answer is yes, because ground is the reference for everything. Brand name conformal gel is humus seal. Huh. Vibration, mechanical shock, and corrosion resistance. I feel like my Jello mold theory is still correct, though. German car electronics forever. Yeah, the Bosch. That and British Leyland are the two common jokes. Okay, so what else do we have in terms of information? Let's just go to like the, what's this one? 5 volt. Powerful synchronous switching step down buck regulator. Up to 50 volts. We don't need that feature, but reduces it to 5. The board measures only 1 inch by 1 inch. Maximum continuous output of 3 to 8 amps. Well, we're gonna need 2. Moderate to large loads. Option enable input with a precise cutoff threshold. We're not going to use that. We do not need that. Reverse voltage protection. That's a very good feature to have. Power good output that indicates when the regulator cannot adequately maintain the output voltage. So the status light. Wait. Power good output that indicates. Is it? Okay, hold on. We'll have to see. Resources, step down regulators, DC-DC, especially the difference between the input and the output voltage is large. The regulators can typically support currents 2 to 9 amps. Generally, the available output is a little higher, blah, 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 blah. Regulators have input reverse voltage up to 40 volts. Holy shit. Output under voltage and over voltage protection, the overcurrent protection, and short circuit protection. This is very good. These are good things. Thermal shutdown too, even though these things get too hot to touch. Manufacture oh wait, up to 4 amps, and maybe I should have gotten these instead, huh? Which ones are those? Yeah, we didn't get that. I got the really hardcore ones. Sealing in gel does make sense for vibration. Sealing in gel, yeah, sorry. I had to read through the type. If they didn't use it, it'd probably be a lot worse of a problem. Yeah, with the bond wires flapping in the breeze. Yeah, talk to text. It's okay. I mean, it's, yeah, better than nothing. But if they used an epoxy and then nothing vibrates, nothing would vibrate if they used an epoxy. I don't know. Las Vegas facility gives us flexibility to make these regulators customized components better meet the needs of the project. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Current output 3 to max continuous current. Typical efficiency 80% to 95. That's super good. Switching frequency above human hearing. That's good. Power save mode with ultrasonic operation. What does it even mean? Oh, keeps it above the audible range. See, that's a thing that the Vicor power supplies do not do. I'm actually a little concerned about that, to be honest. I think the quiescent, or there will always be a load on the 24 volts because the Raspberry Pi is going to be powered and doing Wi-Fi and, you know, monitoring the Twitch API and stuff for us. So I think we're good in that regard. Hopefully that puts enough current from the power supply, from the Vicor power supply, so that it does not squeal, because these Vicor power supplies, for instance, when I turn off my computer with the super custom special power supply, it makes a squealing noise, a scraping, squealing noise. I hope I don't need to put like a load resistor directly on the power supply to keep it from being loud. I hope I didn't consider that a minute ago. I was sitting here nice and happy, my head in the clouds, not a care in the world, until I realized that. Enable input, precise cutoff. Power good output indicates the regulator cannot adequately maintain. I feel like we can common the ground. M2 screw mounting holes. Etc. Power good, PG. Regulator is enabled by default. Default enabled. Okay. Can be put into a low power sleep mode. 100K pull-up resistor, enable VN, reverse, blah, 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 blah. 10 amp, blah, blah, blah. Tight tolerance of the enable pin allows precise low VN cutoff. All stuff I don't need. V-in powers the regulator. Voltages between 4.5 and 50 can be applied to VIN, but generally the effective lower limit of V-in is V-out plus the regulator's dropout voltage. Well, we're like double the voltage, so that's fine. VERP provides access to the input voltage after reverse voltage protection, and this can be used in an output to power other devices, or the input voltage can be converted to VRP using what the fuck? Hold on, wait a minute. V reverse protection provides access to the input voltage after the reverse protection. This can be used as an output to power other devices, or the input voltage can be connected to VRP instead of V-in to bypass the regulation. We don't need that. I don't think we need that. I don't think we need to mess with that at all. We're taking 24 volts in, we're putting it to both of these regulators. They're both going to have reverse voltage protection. While I guess I could take advantage of that to protect the rest of burn the subs, I don't think that's going to be strictly necessary. It's going to be hard to connect this thing backwards because the terminals will be only so long. Other prototyping use 0.1 grid. PG connections, only one not accessible along the edge. Power connections are duplicated across both rows through the holes, blah, 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 blah. ENPG or not. Yeah, so you have to watch out for these. PG is omitted to avoid, yeah, they avoid the one pin in order to put it on the breadboard. Each header pin is only rated for 3 amps. It's fine. We're not going to get quite there. Efficiency ratings, output current. By the way, we're looking at this stuff just so that we're familiar with the power regulator. I want to make sure that we can connect all the grounds together. That's typically a thing that you're able to do. I just want to make sure that there's not any stipulations about something like that. Blah, blah, blah. Dropout voltage. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, they didn't mention anything about it. Product can get hot enough to burn you. Take careful. Take care. So the chip they use, what is the chip they're using? SIC 471. Data sheet. Bada bing from Vishay Semiconductor. 4.5 to 55 volt, 55. See, they said 50 on the micro buck. What'd you just call me? What the fuck did you just call me? Blah, 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 blah. Ultra fast transient response. So, oh my God. R up, R down, R comp, C comp. Oh my God. Yeah, phase, boot, power good, enable, VN, VDD, V drive, mode, double S, I limit, frequency, analog ground. What? Oh my God. Ultrasonic. Yeah, it's the Vicor power supplies don't do anything with ultrasonics, which means that when you turn off the thing that's connected to your power supply, you hear an audible 60 hertz squeal. And I talked to their application engineers about this, and they said, you shouldn't be able to hear that. And it's like, bro, I guess your application, you engineers don't have good hearing. You're like everybody else from our generation with tinnitus. No, you can hear squealing. And they're like, nah, you shouldn't be able to hear it. I'm like, dude, like, they just completely brushed off the problem. There's probably a little bit of, sweeping it under the carpet there. Okay, well, this is a lot of calculation that I don't want to have to do. Why does my Diet Coke taste soapy? Power good is an open drain output, blah, 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 blah. Where is our output power equation? Diet soap. I think it's, the problem is it's getting a little old. You know, that taste of old Diet Coke. Hey, Smith Clay, thank you for the 21 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, took a little bit of a break there for Thanksgiving because things were crazy, but I'm back. Seeing all the familiar faces. Yeah, it's that weird taste of like pizza place Diet Coke where it's been sitting in like the sun for too long and it just starts to go kind of manky. C out, V out, I in. There's an equation somewhere around here that gives us the value of the components in order to get a certain voltage. 21 months of Bezos's money taken directly from him. I saw an article today talking about how useless Amazon has become, and it really is. It's really started to get bad out there because there are so many fake product reviews and just garbage products. It's really unfortunate that they have sort of neutered the search tools that we had available to us. Yeah. That guy's a billionaire. Doesn't he have like 1 million kids? And counterfeit goods, yeah. And shady practices. Like a lot of these things, like if you give a bad review, they will find a word in your review that's like, you got to be really careful about giving a bad review. You have to use certain language in order to give a bad review because they'll pull it. They don't do that for positive reviews, but they pull bad reviews. What the hell? Drink half a can of soda and put the can in a Ziploc and put it in the fridge for later. That is some chaotic energy right there. I don't think I can. That's weird. That's really weird. Yeah. Yeah, I love that. You get all those results and then you want to sort by positive reviews and it becomes a completely different search because they completely neutered that type of search because smaller sellers weren't getting attention to their crappy products. They make little toppers for cans. How can you not just drink a whole it's not that much liquid. It's really weird. Power CAD. Huh. That's neat. So they want you to download their application in order to figure out what your V out is. RFSW. It's like multivariable calculus in order to figure out what your output power is. And I wanted to raise the voltage on this one just by a little bit, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. Takes me about 3 sips to finish a can of soda, 2 if I'm thirsty. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I mean, you're a large person. Like, if you were a small, like, person or, like, a kid, I guess I could see it, but, like, I don't know. It's just a can of soda. Ziploc bag. All right, I don't know. I've glazed over. I can't see any of the details anymore. It looks like the equations in order to figure out what the power level is are a little bit insane and complicated. I don't know what the relationship is between these components and their output values. I wanted to mark the 12-volt one so that I knew for sure that it was the 12-volt circuit. We have a 50-50 chance, so we'll have to just measure them in order to figure out which one is which. I think I want to write the number 12 on this. I think it's this one. I think this is the 12-volt one, but all right, careful. Jeez. There's a little space for us to write down there, but I don't remember which one came out of which package. So, and I could always run the equations, but that 3.3 component is really off-putting. I don't know what the hell the deal is with that. I think that, well, what pin is that one going into? That goes from ground, and it goes up over to this capacitor that then goes to that pin, which I believe we're doing, it's anti-clockwise. It's the same direction that they count in vacuum tubes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Pin 9. Whoop, wrong one. Bop. Pin 9 is... Oh, well, actually, we know that it's... No, that's not right. No, that's not where the pins actually are. Pin 9. Hello? And they don't even number them. Oh no, 26. No, pin 20, V cents. Okay, so I believe that might be the right thing. Yeah, sorry, I missed that. So you use thermal camera on stream, wondering which one you have, good make model. Fluor's overpriced, looking for other options. I bought actually the sensor that I have now. Or OctoJ originally bought the sensor itself, which was kind of expensive. And then I bought all the surrounding componentry. The price for that has gone down significantly. I actually bought the one that we have right now on the camera, bought it off of eBay. But I got the Pure Thermal Mini Pro from GetLab. GetLab has a lot of like smaller, just like very specific application projects on it. And so one of the ones was thermal webcam, which is good because I need the maximum FPS out of this thing, which is limited by ITAR restrictions. There's actually there's like a thermal webcam that I saw a video on recently. Flatulent Gonad linked me to it, but yeah, that was when it was brand new. Yeah, this one was off of eBay. It was $150, and they're still about that price. But there's apparently one that has like higher FPS and higher resolution. I don't know how much it costs. I don't have the heart to look that up. But there was a video on it recently. The Flatulent Gonad linked me to, plugs into your camera, your cell phone. The problem with the units that we looked at is that the lag on them was too much. There was a lot of lag on the camera itself. The Pure Thermal, whatever it is, the webcam driver is really good. I would have to learn to reprogram the microcontroller on it to get the features out of it that I want to. Like, for instance, a temperature read and maybe like a specific temperature point on it. I don't know how I could implement that within the camera, but it's possible that I could make like a companion app. But they're all about the Macintosh there, so I don't have access to any of that software. I use a PC. Okay, so I'm just looking at what the adjustment is so that I can know definitively which one is which, and possibly think about maybe bumping it up to 5.1 volts, but it looks like it's going to be pretty complicated. The V-Sense pin is where we saw the one component that was kind of hanging out in an area that I believe is used in order to adjust the voltage output. But let's take a look. V-Sense. So like, oh my God. See, it's simple. I love it when they do a whole equation they derive the entire equation for you in the data sheet. Like, just give me the answer. Just give me the answer. Why do they do this? Stupid crap. Just give me the answer. V comp. Is that comp, not V comp? They're not even consistent in the naming of their own thing. R comp. 5-volt output at 6 amps. 232K. $480 ohms. Do we have a 232 anywhere on here? We've got a 224. But that would be 12 volts. And if this one is 5. 1 EB. 773B. Huh? Why is the letter B on my resistor? Unless it's not an 8. That's a straight line. None of the values match up. I just want to know what voltage this thing is. Okay. Well, I can just give him power. Page 11. Oh man, we got people reading along. Voltage adjustment, huh? Page 11. Oh, is there right? We were in the right section. Left side, middle of page. This one. Now, frequency, V in, V out, and RFSW. Voltage adjustment. RFBH, RFBL, V out minus VFB over VF. What the fuck? Why do you do this? This is math homework. Why are they giving me math homework when I'm just trying to, like, figure out what voltage is on this board? We know V out is 12 on one of the boards. 12 minus VFB that we don't have. We don't have that. I don't know what that value is. Times an unknown equals an unknown. What the fuck? V frequency. VFB is 0.8. Is that standard on the... why are you doing my homework? Where VFB is 0.8 volts, RF maximum... If different output voltage is needed, simply change the value of V out. Solve the following formula where VFB... So it's just always 0.8 volts, okay. Maximum of 10k ohms from V out from drifting at no load. Okay, so if 0.8 VFB, RFBL, maximum 10k, VFB is 0.8, so 12 minus 0.8 over 0.8. Of course, we still have RFBL, which should be over 10k, but we don't know what value they used. God damn it. I hate this. This is like doing engineering math. This is a EE homework stream. I don't even know which one is RFBL underscore minor niner minus 11 billion. Okay, we're looking for RFBH. And we might know RFBL based on the circuit. RFBH. RFBH. R-boot. Are you Sonic? No, I'm not Sonic. I'm sorry. I'm not Sonic. Are you guys Sonic? Is anybody Sonic out there? RPGD. R enable L. R lim. FSW. RFBL is coming off of pin 22, which God knows if we can find pin 22 on this thing. It's what are we counting down from? Oh God, I gotta leave this section to see. I have to see the hardware. This is where printouts really help. We start at 27. And we're looking for the one that's off of pin 22. Okay. (22, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22). This one. 822. So 820 ohms. Whereas the other board is giggity. No, wait. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. 958 or 856 or 95B. Fantastic. I love it. 95B, or is that at 8? I played Sonic earlier this week. Does that count? Maybe. All right, so we won't be adjusting the voltage because it's freaking really ridiculously annoying. Let me put pins on these. I'll put male headers on the power supplies themselves. We'll find an accompanying female pin header. I don't want the height to go too far over. We just got to make sure that the capacitor doesn't short out on any circuit elements here, because I've had that happen. That happened in the steering wheel, had that happen, where the capacitor touched circuit elements below it and shorted it out. 95B would be 9.53K. I just don't want to run the equations. They're making me sick to my stomach. Math and Twitch really just do not vibe together. Are there streams of people doing math homework on Twitch? That would be like the worst thing ever, though. That's like the worst thing you could possibly do streaming, is like math homework. Because nobody would be able to follow along. Are there, okay, rephrase. Are there popular streams that do math homework? I guess everybody does everything on Twitch, so yes is the answer to all of those questions. I was about to say equations, chat. I'm starting to lose my mind. I've been losing my mind all stream. We're going to use these round pin headers just because I don't use them enough. And I think You know, if I got to solder pins on these things anyway, I might as well use these. We're not going to really be pushing the limits for the amount of current that we're using, but I need to find enough of the sockets such that we can put this whole thing together. I have a bunch of these things in a bin that I need to use up. Got a lot of square pin headers. They're very, very useful to have more than enough of. Always overorder these things. But the problem is, I don't know if like these are special. These ones right here. There's certain ones that I hold on to that can take a full square pin header. Average of like, oh, study streams. Average of 12 viewers. I guess that could be useful. Yeah, see, like these are the special ones that take normal square pin headers. I want to use up the ones that don't. Got to use up parts. I don't want to have too many parts. Yep, those are the good ones. Huh, seems like maybe I ordered some perfectly normal ones. Hold on, I'm getting to the bottom of a mystery now. Getting to the bottom of a mystery. Yeah, see, these are the ones that don't take the square pin headers. Really weird. And then the circle pin headers, these accept. Just, I don't know, it was tough to order the right thing. That's what happened. But these are lower profile than the other ones, so no clue 321. Man, that's, I feel that. I feel that username. Thank you for the Prime for 8 months. I really appreciate that. Prime only reminds you when you're on Twitch, so that's because Jeff Bezos wants to get your money. He's sitting there at a computer console, and every time you use that Prime, a little plip lights up on a screen, and he goes, "No!" and he starts throwing stuff. All right, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 by 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Double check before I cut it. That's 6. Okay, sorry. Streaming makes you question everything, man. I tell you what. That's 5. There you go. 6 by 6. Now the way that I solder these to keep them all nice and neat is by using perf board. We've got a perf board, which is always in reach. Always keep these things in reach, chat. Just do 6 by 6, and we're soldering every single one of these on here because we're not putting this in perf board in the end. We are putting it into an actual circuit board. So make sure that, wait, are these the right direction? Yeah. Wait, I had them flipped? Yeah, one of them was flipped. Yeah, I want the pins to stick out of the module. I don't know if you guys saw the retweet or not, but Rue Moore did a really nice thing with BNC connectors that connect to the scope, and he used a pin header and removed most of the pins, and then had this flat like connector that just had the BNC coming out of the end. There's a math professor called Tayo who would try any problem you bought and help explain it. Brought. That's cool. I cannot imagine doing that on Twitch. As an engineer who studied all kinds of math, having that chaotic Twitch energy coupled with doing math problems just sounds like a nightmare to me. That is not the iron tip that I want. I feel like I'm a little quieter today. I don't know what's going on. Get my sea legs back, I guess. It's been a minute since I've had a good stream on Twitch, so. How would you mark the pin headers so they don't go in backwards and plugged back in? Well, there's going to be screw mounts for these. I'm going to use standoffs, which actually might be shooting ourselves in the foot here. Because I would like to have two, maybe just one standoff on it, but that would ensure that you plug it in the right direction. Now, if you really wanted to be hardcore about it, if this thing was just hanging out, maybe you could do, you could do one row of male, one row of female, like turn one of these over so that it had somewhat of polarity to it. Generally, when you're doing something like this, the answer is Don't be dumb and just do it correctly. There's no real tricks to that kind of thing. So like if I have to replace one of these, it's going to be as easy as doing this and then plugging it in and just making sure that I don't plug it in sideways or anything. You know, I don't go one pin down, which I've done in the past. Another way to do it, you could get a keyed connector, but that would require buying hardware, and I'm not about to do that. But I think we put one standoff on the board, and then this will screw into place, and all will be well. The pin header will do the mechanical part. That's crooked. Nope. Yeah, I think that's okay. The one on the steering wheel project had the problem of it drooping down and then shorting. Killed an old 42-pin IDE laptop HD with a 40-pin IDE adapter. Woof. Well, I mean, you know, there's all kinds of connectors with keyways. This one is 0.1 inch, so there are a lot of options that you can do. I could have done an IDE cable going in and out of this thing. I'd have to buy one. That would be kind of awkward. Oh, this is the big ground header part. I wonder if I should use a larger tip for that. Hold on, let's go to the microscope. A little Asmer, little Asmer soldering. Bonk. There we go. Visual Asmer, visual audio stimulated. Doesn't make any sense. Look at those pins. Beautiful. Beautiful. You can see how the module distributes heat just from doing one ground pin. One VERP. The V role playing voltage. He's role play walking. RP walk. He's not dealing with any of the minions or whatever. I only learned about what RP walking is and where it came from due to the the Folding Ideas video that he did on WoW just now. Velociraptor P. Why do you hate me, VRP? It's because all my heat is wicking away. They didn't do heat relief pads on this. Yeah, I think I need to use a larger tip on the iron. I'm gonna do that. Let me get a bigger tip on the iron. Gotta be careful because this whole thing is hot. I mean, this might be overkill, but one of the ones with the larger heating element on it, which is what we should have used to make the hot knife, but I didn't have an old one. I don't know if the older version of these tips that are compatible with the older version of the soldering iron work with this version. All right, just get up the soldering temperature very quickly. Reminds me this person was using a 300-watt soldering iron from the 40s for electronics work. Heat is heat. Now, if somebody would use a flat iron and a wood stove to solder, that's the hardcore. That's the real gamer. There you go. See that? You get all that heat in there very quickly, and it wicks into the pad. These will be much easier. I gotta make like a special fart noise for Flatulent Gonad just because he has flatulence in the name. Oh yeah, they make the butane ones, and those I was thinking of whether or not I could modify my butane iron in order to do the hot knifing that we did, because that would have been more effective too. Those have a much better. They've got way more heat on them. So like if push came to shove and I was having a lot of trouble even with the large tip of my soldering iron, then I would have gone to the butane iron as an emergency measure. But that's in storage. It's like, I think it's in, I don't even know where it is actually, because that's my travel soldering iron. Although now you can do an 18650 power bank and like a TS80. And that makes a very nice and very broad application soldering iron. But the butane torch could also sweat copper pipes, so you pick your poison. You see how badly I'm doing this? Ow, that was really, the board itself is very hot right now. Okay, back into that one. We're zoomed way in on this too. That's what I really should be doing, is just pausing for a second, just to let the heat get in there. Yeah, all the heat gets wicked away by the large traces. Okay, clean the iron. Jeez, that was a pain in the butt. Oh, that's looking a little dumpy down there. You got a little dumpy. Little bumpy dumpy. Bump that dump. Large copper iron gas burner. Damn. Yeah, the butane, a good butane iron is very nice to have. Whew. Look at that distribution of heat. It's a sign of a good thermal setup on a circuit board when it distributes the heat nicely like that. The whole circuit board has all of the heat in it. It's just warm to the touch right now. So while we're here, we might as well solder the second one too. And then we can worry about getting them into the circuit board. Get pins for everybody. Pins for everyone. Need to find more of the circle pins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's lucky. Lucky. It was actually divisible by 6. Might have melted your breadboard? Nah, she's fine. She's been through worse. I hear my dog barking. She's got a very howly kind of bark. She must have seen something. What have you seen, puppy? So I specifically want to use the headers that don't accept normal square pin rows just because I need to use them up. Probably, to be fair, these probably carry more current, but if we're doubling up the pins, it should be okay. We're not going to, none of these power supply modules are going to get anywhere near their maximum specifications. But if I was really concerned about that, square pins, I think, hold more current. I'm not totally, don't quote me on that one. Don't quote me on that one. What direction are we in? Okay. So that's here. Wait, are they totally flat? Yeah, totally flat. Okay, it's totally flat, and then these have a little bit of a tilt, a little bit of a tilt going on. 27U rack. Ooh, yeah. I need to break apart my whole setup and put it all back together. Squirrels probably. Okay, she's had an opportunity to sniff after a squirrel. She definitely watched it, but she wasn't too excited about it. She's more excited about meeting her buddies, the other dogs in the neighborhood. We have a social butterfly dog. I don't understand it. I soldered to the breadboard one time and melted the damn thing. Well, the whole point of the breadboard right now is to dissipate the heat. This basically, between the circuit board and the breadboard, I mean, there's two purposes to the breadboard in this setup. I am, one, dissipating the heat, because you can see the heat went into the metal for the rows, but I'm also keeping everything square so that I can get this soldered competently, so that when I plug it in, I can have the screw terminal right there and everything will be happy. So multi-purpose, but one of the purposes is to dissipate the heat away from these headers, because if you just plug the headers in and you try to solder it, like if I just plugged like this in and I tried to solder it, there's a chance that I put so much heat into that pin, and if I hit it funny, it'll start to melt away this very kind of fragile plastic thing. And then the pins end up, instead of being straight up and down, they're like all discombobulated. So having all of this extra metal in there means that I can dissipate the heat around and hopefully not run into melted stuff. But again, my soldering iron is also pretty well regulated. So I know it's at, what was it, 600 and, why are we at 700? Yeah, we should be at 630. Jeez, we were at 700 for the hot knife. Shit. No wonder I had to re-tin. Jeez, I need to use gamer muscle here. There, 630 degrees Fahrenheit. Been wasting energy. 3U brocade switch out of a PDU, might get a JBots. Jeez, I don't know what any of those words are. I do really want to redo my rack over here because we need to get this computer project, the streaming computer project, off the ground. Because right now, this area is completely inundated with all of my equipment here. This is basically all of my secondary computing stuff in the shop. So the routing of the audio, that's the Raspberry Pi that runs Node-RED. The computer's going to go up in the top there. I got all my routing and switching equipment there, and then I've got my file server, which probably needs to be vacuumed, and then a big, brutal backup power supply. I want to get all that stuff in there so I can put the panels on it and everything. Keep it away from the mill dust. But yeah, that requires me to finish the rack mount computer project, turn that into another project. Better find a nice rack that I can use. PDU is a fancy power strip, and a JBOD is literally just a bunch of drives. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't. My NAS box is a like a 1U computer case, so I don't know if I should have tried to do something with swappable hard drives or not. What I would really like is for what is it called now? Something NAS. It's not free NAS anymore. Open NAS or something. I don't remember what it's called. But whatever that NAS software is, I would love it if it would include some way to hook up LEDs to give you drive status indicators. Because I don't open up the NAS like interface on my computer a lot. I simply just don't do that. But I do glance at the server a lot. So if I could have an indicator light that would tell me, you know, drive good, drive bad, I would be very grateful for that sort of thing. And I've seen people talk about it in like forums and stuff, but there's no solution. Little tiny resistors that are two numbers and a letter. Apparently they go up to 97 mega ohms. What's the point when the air cap is lower resistance than the resistor itself? True NAS, there we go. There's some other word than free or open. Truly, this is a NAS. How can I align that? I'm trying to get this thing to stand up straight. Yeah, I don't know. Does TrueNAS do anything with external indicator lights? Other servers have that, like, prominently. Even I think the hardware that they sell has that. Why isn't the soldering anymore? I think I need more solder. This is frustrating when you walk by the thing every day and then forget to check. And then one day you're like, something seems weird. And it's like multiple drive failures. Part of the hardware of the controller. Well, it's running on a just regular computer hardware. I don't even have ECC memory in there. I mean, is it a total requirement to be running ECC memory? I keep in mind, mine's just like a dumpy file server. It's just a personal little file server. It's not like an industry. I did have mine send an email for some time, but I think they closed that API for, I think I used the Google account to do it. I need to check up on that. I'd also get an indicator of power outages too. It's preferred but not required. Because I actually have a rack well, I have a server like an old Xenon server that I probably could have put TrueNAS on. Then I would have all of the ECC and a lot of RAM, a lot of RAM. Not a lot compared to like what you can buy for like $40 at a computer store, but it would all be ECC. That I had to rewire the main power connector of the motherboard for, because it used some weird ass like reimagining of Molex where they put all the positive and negative 12 volts on opposite sides of the connector for some reason. I guess because these servers have like big, brutal, high current power supplies. Actually, if you ever need like a lot of 12 volts, that's where to look, is server power supplies that have been decommissioned. You can basically activate the power supply, and then you've got this giant 12 volt rail. You ever need to do like a big LED project? Really? Yeah, because I am running, what is it, RAID 0 or ZFS or whatever. Well, but that's got, I mean, I bought that specifically. I bought that hardware specifically, so it has a lot of memory to it right now. The server, on the other hand, I think is like 16. It's all 2 gigabyte modules, and I think it has 16 gigs. That's working out. This iron tip is working out nicely. That's good to see. Good to see. Get something like an ESP32 to SSH into TrueNAS, run a command to get, oh God, I guess I could assign it to Node-RED so that if a drive has a problem, it's like when you say the magic word in Pee-wee's Playhouse in here, all of my Internet of Bullshit stuff just starts freaking the fuck out. It's really, you really could do an Internet of Things Pee-wee's Playhouse these days. HP is 96 gigs. What the fuck? I mean, you're doing more hardcore server stuff than I'm just like file hosting. Also, my network here barely hits 100 speeds. I don't know if I need to like look into something to get, you know, 1,000 speeds out of my network gear. I got a friend who does more IT stuff, and his like Wi-Fi is faster than my wired Ethernet. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, what am I doing out here? Why is everything wrong? PowerEdge is 192 gigs? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What are you people? What is up with you people? What the fuck? We got a Minecraft server working on that, on the Xenon, the dual Xenon that I had. It worked pretty well. You had to run like special like settings in order to make sure that it could use all the cores. Oh yeah, that whole server setup, we were not running a virtual machine. We were just running a Windows machine. And my friend was like touting all the wonders of VMware to me, all the stuff you can do to it, like saving states and like returning to states and all the weird stuff that you could do with it. Seems pretty fun, but yeah, no melting of the board. Everything's perfectly fine over here. Yeah, we seem to attract a lot of networking nerds. I don't really know what to say about that. I literally just built like a shitty computer, like a mid to low range computer, and I threw it into that case, and then I transferred my old HP server into it, that's all it is. It doesn't even have ECC memory, so I don't know. I haven't had any troubles with it. I just would like, you know, big flashing lights to tell me when something's wrong. Must be a technique thing in respect to melting the breadboard. I went to a higher wattage iron, and that allowed me to get the solder to flow faster, and therefore the heat in the area, there was less of a thermal load in the area, and it was able to spread out to all the other locations. I mean, you can see that happening as I was soldering it. That's the technique, basically. Where did it go? Like even now, the breadboard is holding on to that heat in the metal. So I think that's basically the technique, is if you have large power supply connectors, counterintuitively finding more heat or more volume of heat to get in there, melt the solder quickly, get it to flow over, remove the heat. Now this thing has a chance to dissipate it throughout the rest of its copper without causing other stuff around it to get super duper hot. Because as soon as you connect the iron to that, it's going to start sinking away all of your heat. And you add solder, that's going to sink away all of your heat. And then your iron is forced to pump heat into the setup in order to get everything to flow over. So if you can stop that as soon as possible, then the heat will dissipate to the other components without overloading and getting too hot to melt plastic nearby. The VERP pin, let me take a look. Which one was it? Oh, I can see on the thermals. Ah. There's the thermal camera telling us which one we were working on. Hello? Hello? There it is. And now that's just a little drip off. That's fine. That right there. Don't worry about that little guy right there. That's just from when I removed the iron. It just kind of blotted away. Oh, V in is what you're talking about. Burp, 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 burp. Oh, look at that. Yeah, all right. So let's worry about that little guy right there. Don't think that would cause too much strife, but just in case. Gonads and strife. Oh man, that's a reference like, if you know, your back hurts. Okay, cool. So that's the power supplies soldered. Now, if I hook these up on the breadboard, it's going to short that power OK pin. So we might as well just put these into a final design right now. We got to figure out what the rest of the hardware is going to look like. So I need standoffs, and then we need to figure out how much height we have left. I don't know, but my back hurts anyway. Gonads and strife. Come on. Flash video, viral stuff from the year 1999. I'm so, Chad, I'm so old. No, we're not old. We're not old. I stand by that. That's something that the internet tries to beat into your stupid old skull. Try to tell you you're old for turning 30, 40. Fuck. That ain't the case. We got plenty left in us. It's just we all have tinnitus now because we all listen to earbuds too loud. Oh well. I just kind of live with it. It comes and goes. But yeah, back in the 90s, listening to boom boom computer music at a volume well above the safe limits for having a speaker directly in your ear, and then literally standing in front of concert speakers with no earplugs in. Good times. It's just the gentle sound of Ree from Twitter. That one is amped up a little bit. After I got my vaccine, by the way, which was a couple weeks ago, I got real bad tinnitus when I was sitting here. And it is, by the way, it's not an itis. And this is something that nobody pronounces it right. They all say tinnitus. It's not an itis. That derivative is something else. Let's see if I can look it up. Yeah. It's not an inflammatory disease. It's neither of those things. So itis, the root medically isn't. Things are called things for certain reasons. When something is an itis, it's a forming name of an inflammatory disease used with reference to tendency, state of mind that is compared to a disease. Tinnitus is not a disease. It is I don't know what precisely it is, but it's an tinnitus. It's not an us. Even though it does have itis in the name, but no, it doesn't. Wait. No, it's US. Huh, weird. So why is it an IUS? Is my doctor dad wrong? I'm not willing to look that up. I can probably be proven wrong. Not sure if tinnitus can be hereditary. One side of my family all has it. Can't remember having it. I would say the hereditary thing was that your ears are weak. Your ear genes are weak. You have feeble, weak ears, human. bother put us in tinnitus? Tinnitus? I got the itis. But yeah, when I got the vaccine, it was real bad. It was like 5 to 10% louder, and that means that I just concentrated on it. Really weird. And I looked it up. Apparently that is a side effect, less common side effect of the vaccine, which is real weird. One side of the family has it. Yeah, my left side. Yeah, the new vaccine, the one for this is my 4th round. I'm type 1 diabetic, so I'm not fucking around with COVID, you know? I did get it a little late, but who needs a vaccine? Just get over it in a day. That's apparently Rabaz's strategy. Is anything that occurs to that man, he streams more, which I don't think is healthy, but apparently he was able to just brush it off. I'm not healthy enough to be able to brush it off. Apparently it can be pretty serious. Got my booster tomorrow. Huh. Wait, we've already gotten it? Yeah, you'll still get boosters, yeah. Gotten it 4 of those bangers so far. Damn, dude. I would not be able to handle losing my taste. I mean, I say stuff like that. That's just conversational kind of stuff. Of course I'd be able to handle it. It would just be annoying. I get that a lot. As a type 1 diabetic, a lot of people say, I would not be able to handle injecting myself. Just kill me already. Stuff like that. And it's like, you don't have a choice, right? Like, you don't have that choice. You just deal with it. That's it. I need to schedule my booster, but I never leave the house. That's I'm in this comment and I don't like it. Booster soon. Haven't had one in 6 months and I travel a lot. Yeah, you better. Yeah, you know, you have this puny little diabetes and insulin needle. Ooh, no, I can't handle that. No, you have to. Like, you nut up and you just do it. I don't know. But yeah, again, people saying that aren't actually going over sort of the depth of what they're saying. Yeah, you don't, I mean, most of the time, you don't feel it. It's nothing. And you learn to just kind of like jab. You know, you just kind of poke yourself with it. You don't have a choice. You know? You can either make it a big deal or you can get on with your life. So, I don't know. It's just funny that I get that comment a lot. I couldn't handle it. Yeah, they can. They can really fuck with you sometimes. Like, ooh, look, a nerve cluster. That feels great. What would happen with the infusion set that I had? Because when I had the pump with the tube, the infusion set was a solid, it was a 90-degree needle, very small. You don't really feel it, except sometimes when I do around my waist, where there's all the pants activity, which I actually used to play bass for Pants Activity. They're a pretty good band back in the early 90s. But anyway, all the activity from my pants would like disturb the spot, and then it would eventually find a nerve cluster. Oh boy, that felt great. I loved it. Every minute of it. Be like, ooh, look, it's my pain threshold. Here we are again. Looks like this one is our buddy. This guy right here. We're going to need 2 of these. And let's see if the screw hole matches up. Because they say M.2, and I think these are 2.5. I hate when the activity in my pants disturbs a thing. Yeah, We've all been there. We've all been there. We've all been there, and if you say you haven't, you're lying. You're a liar. It's not going to fit. Shit. They're like, yeah, we give you M.1/2 screw holes for your convenience. And it's like, dude. Yeah, M2 is the size, and these standoffs are M2.5, which is a problemo. That is a problem. I think What is the size of the post on this? That's not going to fit, is it? Damn you, Pololu! Why did you do this? They give a huge radius around it, too. Okay, a note on modularity. Modularity in this system is really important for me. I would like that if Burn the Subs is down, it is a matter of just waiting for another of these to come in the mail and just blooping it, soldering it, popping it in, turn everything back on. I am cognizant of the number of operations that I'm doing to this part in order to make it suitable to go in whatever circuit board we're going to make in the end. That's really important to me, and that's a systems engineering kind of thing. You're trying to build the systems of a bunch of electronics that is going to perform a task, and it's going to perform it well, and it have minimal downtime. Minimal downtime is really important. I'm reluctant to 3D print anything on these because they will get so hot that they will burn you. So I don't want any 3D printed stuff nearby. That's why we're using physical standoffs and stuff. I think the plastic could probably take it. I could make something like a frame that goes on like around this, and it would have just 3D printed posts, and I put a M2 screw through both sides, and that would be okay. It might get warm. I don't think it would get to glass temperatures of PETG. That's probably well and above the operating temperature of this. But I would rather just use a metal standoff on it. But yeah, modularity and systems engineering. I want the fewest operations on this thing possible, or rather a reasonable amount of soldering and plugging and going. That's why I'm not doing like special connectors or weird, like I can do wires directly into the board. Not doing anything like that because this thing needs to be replaceable at a moment's notice. It's not really at a moment's notice. It's not really at a moment's notice. You know, I'm kind of exaggerating there. Some systems maybe you would need that, but I mean, within a reasonable amount of time. So I don't want to have to find a drill bit whenever I need to install a new one of these. And I don't want to discover a year down the line that like I'm trying to put this thing in and I'm like, the screw doesn't fit in there. Did I really drill out that hole? So then I have to go find the drill bit and drill it out. And then, yeah, I just don't want to do anything like that. 3D printing something to hold up that area, that is viable. Do I have any M.2 standoffs? I don't think so. All of my other standoffs are all discombobulated. That's why I went to this one first. Yeah, I mean, we don't do that much blue tack in this country. This is my country, my damn country. God, I need to like go through the radio music in the My Summer Car mod and get rid of all the really bad songs so that we can get, you know, My Country coming up more often. Because I have a mod on my Summer Car that I'd like to play on Saturday. We'll see if I can get around to that. I might be a little too overspent in terms of like stuff this week. We'll see how I feel on Saturday. But I put a mod on My Summer Car that is all of the Monbazu radio. Anyway, hook the hole, bolted to the standoff. Huh? Hook the hole and bolt it to this. No, man. No. Listen, fewer applications, fewer things, better. Right? Less thing, do more. Few words, move fast. More united hardware around the whole thing. I mean, I might take a drill bit to it. I think I kind of have to. If I want to use these standoffs, I need to just sort of open the hole up just a little tiny bit. Because I'm trying to think of an alternative here without having to run over to Fusion 360 and make another weird part, right? I don't want to have to do that because we've got all the tools we need to build this entire thing without involving the 3D printer. 3D printer would package it nicely, but it's out of view. So if I'm not showing it off, why would I do it? Yeah, drill bit. All right, fuck it. I'm going back on all of my principles that I just told you guys about. Do what I say, not what I do. Yeah, having an M.2 into a standoff hole would be very nice. Getting the position of where we got to drill in the circuit board is also going to be tough. But I need to find a 2mm or 2.5mm drill bit so that I don't damage the power supply. I don't think I like this. I don't think I like what I'm doing. My damn country. Yeah, this would be the drill bit to use. This is looking a little large, though, for what we're doing. What just... Okay. I think something like fell or got stuck. I don't know. So, drill bit. Application. I guess so. I guess it'll do. Make sure I'm on the right hole. Don't say it. Don't say it. Hand drilled. Artisanally hand drilled. It's really just like one. Well, it's 0.25mm on either end, right? Yeah, it's hand whittled circuit boards. Jeez, I could do this with a ream. Probably be a little bit more machinist friendly. Ugh, jeez. Because yeah, they give you a lot of area around here where they're not putting any copper. I would be, hold on, dog hair in my mouth. I've seen dog hair floating in the atmosphere around here, and it wafted into a pitcher of water that I had. What happened to not drilling them out? I gave up. I said, do what I say, not what I do. Wet dog water. Yeah, it literally, I watched this little hair wafting in the air, and it was like, do-do-do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do, and then it went up and into the pitcher. I was like, God damn it. Because I run that floor fan in here. I guess it gives enough airflow to mobilize things like that. God, that was a pain in the ass. I didn't want to take the drill out for this. Okay, that's all I needed there. So now I can use the M2.5. Oh, that's actually not quite. Well, I can do this. I can just strip out the thing. Use a smaller one. I gotta make sure that my standoff post doesn't hit that capacitor too. Threaded. It will be threaded, won't it? Ugh, God, it's like exactly the size. Don't forget to change your air filters more often. That's a good point. Take a look at the status of that. Our filter has like an insert. Oh, I don't like that at all. Nope. Nope. That's a nope. That's a big nope. But it's gotta happen. I have to be able to have the wider hole on this thing. $20 circuit board, by the way. I'm just fucking with like this. Yeah, that doesn't fit. All right, damn it. That's a big drill bit, huh? Thought that was... What's this one? This one's a little wider. Looks like it's too much, though. Yeah, that's too much. No, I don't like this at all. Oh, wait, was I was at the wrong one. Wait a minute. I'm dumb. There's 3 holes in this thing, and I went for the wrong one, like, immediately. Oh, there we go. That's much better. Okay, never mind. I'm just stupid. Wait, why is it gripping more as this thing goes down? What's going on there? Is it threaded? Oh, and there's a... I might have to... Chat, I might have to 3D print something for this. Because, like, if I put the brass standoff right there, here, check it out. Check it out, chat. Look at this problem that I've run into. So we have the hole that we've widenated right there. We have a pin for a capacitor right here. Now that might be ground, but I don't like. Hey, it's Brillenschuker. Good night from Germany. Yeah, we got a lot of German people here today. We were talking about standard hellos in German earlier. I don't want to add a washer. It'd be annoying. See where that lands. Come on, man. How's it going, everybody? Yeah. How you all doing? I have plastic standoffs. I don't know if they're M.2. But if I'm doing a plastic standoff, I might as well use an M2. I might as well 3D print like a little frame. No, I don't want to 3D print stuff. Come on, man. All right, hold on. Let's see what my plastic standoffs are. Let's see what they are, because I don't think this will get to melting temperatures for plastic standoffs, but they have warned us that these things get hot to the touch where it'll burn you. So that's something to consider. All right, plastic standoffs. What do we got? I got all manner of plastic standoffs, but I did buy a specific kit of them. Is that this? Yeah, that's this. Here they are. And plastic screws as well, but they're larger. They're much larger, actually. These are M3. I'm not bumping that hole up to M3. $105C. What size is that? Yeah, it's definitely M3. Is it? All right. Can't really get. All right. Scientific experiment time. Quick little science experiment. Yep, no, that's like the Hulk gif. Nope, that's not gonna work. Okay, so I am not making that hole wide enough to fit that. Now, if I was totally adamant about using plastic standoffs, I guess I could try to offset it, and then it would just hold on to the edge of the circuit board, and that way basically what we're trying to do is I'm trying to fit a standoff to this thing, because when this thing is plugged in, there's a tendency for it to go like that, and then it'll contact the board, and it could short something out, which has happened to me. So, so I'm trying to give it a little bit of stability here. A little bit of stability, and I've got enough weird extra parts all over the shop. You would think that I would be able to furnish some type of a plastic style standoff. You would think, but you would be wrong. Oh my god, I have so many derelict screw bins. I also don't want to go through the trouble of 3D printing a frame for these, because it is a bunch of bother to go through. All right, hold on. Let me sit down and actually sift through the random bin of stuff. Random bin of miscellaneous electronic bullshit that I have managed to collect. The hope being that one of these will be a very small standoff. A grub screw jammed in as a leg. I mean, I could put this through the... No, wait, that's still... Never mind. I was saying if I turned it around... Like a circular standoff would probably do too. I don't really think there's a lot of stuff in here that I could potentially use. There's standoffs in here too. Let's see this one. This is like one of the oldest bins that I have. It's full of all kinds of just all manner of weird stuff. And the screws are English. All manner. This is one of the older bins. And these are DB connectors. Those are just open standoffs. These are drone sized. Here's all the nylon plastic standoffs, but these are also M3s. Stick something like this up through the board and then have like just a spacer on it? Nah. I don't know, chat. Try to figure something out. We can figure this one out. This is a solvable problem. This is a solvable issue. My back of my head is saying just do this one has like rubber. Just 3D print something. Just 3D print it. It's a 1 inch by a 1 inch square, and then I can just like put like corners on it. I don't know. I don't know if I don't really like that. I don't know if I really like that. Where would I have put something like a very small standoff? Because most of these are big. Most of these are pretty large size for like normal things. That would be probably this bin right here. This is where something like that would end up. But I don't have anything in this bin, so so much for that idea. Like, coat a screw in Teflon and put it into this plastic standoff. No, it's not. Cones that go in the holes on the board so there's some support. Only needs to not go further down. I mean, I could just do a standoff there with nothing screwed into it. Just a plastic standoff in that location. And then there would be no screw on top. And that way it just can't push into the board. Yeah, pretty much what you're talking about. Maybe. I think it needs to have a washer on one side though, because I mean, look at this. Right here. Yeah, it needs like a washer just for that last little bit of height. If these went all the way down to the plastic, of course, that would then be that size, but no, I think you're right. I think just keeping it from hitting the board is sort of the priority. So there'll be a standoff and we attach it to the board and there'll be no screw to hold it in. So it would be a little bit more professional if we were able to do a screw in that. I mean, I need a standoff that has like an M2 on the one end, and then whatever. I need M2 standoffs, and that, you just don't find those. Everything is M2.5 with standoffs. Even the makerbeam stuff is compatible with the M2 standoffs. What are these? M2.5. No, I don't think they are. These are much larger. Yeah, these are like English standard. Anything else? Just last ditch. I mean, another way to do it would be to have a M2 that sticks up through the board. And then I just put a couple nuts on it to hold it in place. But I don't think it'll be able to stick up high enough. I don't have a long enough piece of hardware for that. Yeah, it's not going to do it. Don't have a long enough piece of hardware. That's okay, though. We're still in business here. Yeah, okay. That's it. We just do plastic standoffs that come down from the bottom. This one's a little bit taller than the other one. Hold on, let me just check. That actually puts us at a good height. Yeah, that's actually the height that we need. Although it will be a little bit uneven. It'll stick up a little bit if I use this one. There's multiple sizes, so the difference between the two that I brought out here, for some reason I found them in here. I don't need that. But and then we use the makerbeam stuff to hold. So we'll need standoffs. Well, you can't really stand off from this. We only have so much height, unless I make everything sideways, in which case air isn't going to flow upwards. But you wouldn't mill them. You would just take them on a file and reduce the height with the file. I mean, the circuit board is not particularly complicated. We just need to keep it from being too tall to fit in the thingy, to fit in the board setup. Yeah, I think just a singular circuit board on this should be all right. Now, I'm kind of running out of the unified, the Alibaba ordered circuit boards. Would that be useful at all? I don't know why I thought this would be super useful for the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, I don't want something like that on top of the Raspberry Pi. Not on this application. So, offcuts from those. This stuff is not going into this project. I want something with at least a solder mask layer. So we'll be using section of this stuff. I thought I had more of these. I can take this. It's a little bit of an uneven hole there. Where does that line up? Is that point? Yeah, that's right there. So that's not going to fit all my stuff. That'll fit the 2 modules, but... And then I've got big screw holes here and here. Could have done it like this. With... Probably want them in the center, though, to be honest. I'm not going to put an ESP 8266 on this thing. Not doing that. I'm just using the board. Just using the board. And then put the screw terminals up here. Like this. But then I need the header pin. Yeah, I need a circuit board that's like that whole box. Because we have these 2 boards that'll be separate by a little bit. All of their inputs and outputs. I have no room to work on the other side of them, but if I can do all the power in and out there, then I still need a header so that I can do the front panel and all its accompanying voltages. Jeez, I can't talk properly, chat. My mind is going. I could do a right angle header over here, though. So do those 4, and then I cut over and down, and then I just have a right angle header here that plugs into a JST connector. Not a JST, a DuPont connector with square headers, and that'll go to the sideboard. So if that's like this, it'll be like this, then those will cross. It'd be better if it was the other way around. Cool, okay. So that like this, these 2 boards on there. There's a lot of like space for extra stuff that I'm not using. This goes here. That gets cut. Or, you know what? I could just cut it straight across, and then there will be a right angle header here to plug into. That goes to the panel right next to it. This will go up to the rest of the stuff. Sound like a plan? Sounds like a plan to me. So I guess I'm just cutting it here. How's that going to be hard to work with? Well, every time I need to work with this thing, I can either remove the entire thing from the wall, or I can pull the power supply off and get to the stuff underneath. So this gets cut across here, and then how's that going to work? Try to make a nice even cut across the circuit board. I don't have all those circuit board shearing supplies that I used to have. I used to work at a place that had a shear that you could just snap the circuit board in half with. That was a beautiful thing. Made a nice cut. A nice cut indeed. All right, I'm going to take a file to this side and kind of even it out. Where's the file? Where's my file? There it is. Tin snips? I do have I have a good pair of tin snips that I could maybe use. Too hard to get to, though. Usually just the wire cutter is enough to get a good shear going. We determined last time that files, while they work in one direction, it's okay to go back and forth. Ah, Silja Russell! 61 months. Okay, I gotta click on the GIF. Gotta click on the GIF. It's an MP4. Make sure there's no sound. There it is. There it is, folks. There it is. Silja Russell is 61 months. Thank you so much for all the subs. I broke my nice wire strippers cutting a really tough board once. Oh my god. That scares me. These are like, I really, really, really like these. These are the Italian, are they Italian? Made in Italy, CSP-30-1. These are good for these smaller wire sizes that we're gonna start using in a minute here. Well, when we get to the wiring part. This is taking forever because I've been explaining, we're ramping up for a week of working on this thing. So there will be more progress tomorrow. I mean, Thursday. The Tuesday stream is separated. I'll get to you in just a second. The Tuesday stream is separated from the Thursday stream because on Tuesday, with all the discombobulation that's happening after the weekend and getting our shit together, oftentimes there will be things that I need to order. I need to order stuff, connectors, parts, like a little thing that's keeping me from doing the project. So Wednesday is like shipping day, although it's been taking a lot closer to 2 days for everything to get in. So usually, like if I have to go get something like in the real world, go to Micro Center, I'm able to do this. So we will be back on Thursday, obviously. Entropic Heaven. Subscribe to the Prime for 13 months. By the way, if you guys have a Prime sub and you're not using it, you're not doing yourself a favor. You get the emotes, your favorite streamer who hasn't changed their emotes in like 10 years. I need to do an emotes thing. We're working on this. I do need to do an emotes day. We had a day of working on emotes a while back, and it turned into something else very quickly. It turned into a not emote day. Time for coffee. Time. Subbing with a Prime. Being psychologically manipulated by my little ad break. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you using your Prime on me. You didn't have to do that, but you did, and I appreciate it. So yeah, anyway, I would not like to have my wire strippers break on a circuit board. 5.3 years of being partnered. And oh, the streamers that would hold their nose up at me. 5 years and you only have so many viewers? Yep. Keeping it small. But I like my viewers. You guys are cool. I do wish I had the whole circuit board to play with, but I mean, this should be okay. This should be okay. This will hoist both of these things up vertically onto this, and then we will have room to put all the stuff we need in order to create all the voltages, and hopefully a little bit of room left over to put some kind of a heat sink on this thing. I'm against water cooling my power supply. I think that's a little ridiculous, but we should be considerate of the heat, because I would like these modules to last. I don't want them to just sit here and cook. Removing the heat from the electronics is part of our responsibility here. I'm just afraid that all the fiberglass dust is getting into my soda. It's sitting right over there, and there's like a breeze behind me. Don't fluff the pillows. There's another good Twitch name. I joined because I want to eventually mod my Sega Genesis. Huh. Well, these days, I wish I got around to that kind of thing more. I try to, you know, for a while, I would try to keep gaming in the blood of the stream, right? We try to like take stuff apart on Friday, and so I'd be taking apart like gaming hardware. Like Justin of Djibouti Show was like, man, we turned into Oh Bother, and like he was trying to take apart like oh, my brain, the index controller, and he was like prying at the thing. The thing is held together with snaps, and so I had every pry thing that I had available to me in that frickin' seam, trying to get it to pop open. Wouldn't pop open, and I wasn't willing to break the hardware outright in front of everybody. But we were trying to do that, and apparently that was when Djibouti Show was like figuring out, who's this Obother guy? They open it up, and I'm like harassing this piece of gaming hardware. We would take stuff apart on Fridays and figure out how it works and what weird stuff is going on under the hood. And then I ran out of stuff. I can't keep destroying all of my electronics. So, not destroying, but you run out of stuff to take apart eventually. But it was fun to do a little like circuit analysis and stuff like that, get into the chips they're using and what the methodology is behind how these gaming devices function. A really good one that we did was the Player 2 controller that was super common when I was a kid. It's I think it was actually a Nintendo controller, not Super Nintendo, but that blue hexagonal touchpad controller. My friends would always have, grade school friend would always have one. It would always have had soda spilled on it in some way, and it was a little bit glitchy, but it was cool because it had a touchpad, and it's actually a capacitive touchpad. The thing about a capacitive touchpad is that the physical D-pad, the plus sign, has a pivot in the middle that keeps you from pressing opposing directions at once, and it's actually a speed run tactic in some games to press both directions at once because the game doesn't know what to do with that input. That's because it's specifically unable to do that, right? So this touchpad controller had 7400 series logic in it that would keep you from pressing opposing directions on the D-pad. There was a little bit of a logic circuit that said, if this, not that, or if that, not this, and it doesn't allow you to press opposing directions at once. I didn't expect that at all. I did not know that 7400 series logic had a consumer application like that. In those old controllers back in the day, back in the days of like 8-bit, 16-bit games, the controller is a shift register. That's it. It's just a shift register. And if you look up how a shift register works, you can see exactly how or why these controllers had so many pins on them. They had 4 or 5 pins because you have power, ground, latch, clock, signal. So you latch the shift register, give it a square wave, and it'll pump back the buttons that are hit in some order. That's it. Flipping flops. I was never good with flip-flops. I never really understood them very much. I see a lot of 7400 series logic in industrial electronics. I guess they work. Like, they work. Like, it's like, yeah, 7400 series. It works. That's it. It's the entire justification behind it. Why would you use that? It works. We know it works. We know it works for an extended amount of time. That's all we need. They call those thongs in Australia. Flipping and flopping all over the place. Yeah, I was never good with those. I don't know why. Mental issues. All right, so we need to figure out where these are going. I could do them like this, and then I have room above and below everything. That actually might be the way to go. Just put them both sideways. Like that. And then I have room on the right, I have room on the left. I think that's what we're gonna do. I think that's what we're gonna do. Second question. I guess I can only answer this with the one that I've drilled. Does that wind up in a good spot? No, it's in the middle of holes. So I'll just use this one twice to mark it out. So like that goes like that, and then this like there. Oh wow, that's a weird one. Well, I can just scratch mark it. Replaceability, yeah. Well, there's also a whole family of electronics that's been like vetted out, and like it's, for instance, like why do you find like Windows 7 in industrial environments? It's because like they know that operating system front to back, and they know everything that works and doesn't work, why it doesn't work. That's kind of an important thing. I'll have 2 rows of holes there, and then that leaves 2 rows of holes there. Okay, good. So they're centered and aligned and everything, right? Yeah, pretty well. All right, and then this one's harder to plan out, huh? But it looks like it's right there. All right, so I got 2 marks on this where I need to drill holes that I can't see. Shit. Where are my marks? Okay, there's one. I think the other one's there. I just got to double check that. Damn it! I have to double check. I gotta double check. Gotta double check. Double check. Double check. Double check. Double check. Check. So there's that one. Actually, I can put this one in the place of that one. I don't know what voltages these are yet. There's gonna be, because this is such a simple circuit board, there's gonna be a period where I just plug them in and then probe out what the voltages on the output are. So, oh, that's that one. Oh, this is that one. All right, so that one's plugged in, and then this is straight up and down. This winds up being right there. I need to make a mark there. I mean, we're building this circuit board right now that we're building is kind of a microcosm for the way that we are treating the hardware on Burn the Subs, which is to do all the mechanical stuff, then the wiring, and, well, software doesn't play into this, but it is kind of a microcosm of how the rest of the system is going together. Do I use the drill press on this? Because I got to kind of go in between the row of holes. Here's where it wound up. Wind it up. So these ended up. I mean, that was. It's sort of in between those two that are higher up in what we're seeing right now. It's sort of the hole needs to be in the middle, up a little bit towards these two, which is a weird position. I guess the 0.1 inch holes are on the edges. I don't know. I can do that with a hand drill. It's just going to be tough to keep that aligned. Or I can do it with the drill press, which actually, you know what? Drill press is set up. I'm going to use it. I'm going to use drill press. Let's go over there. What size is this thing? Oh, there's no light over here either. Oh, no, my thermals. You get back onto the camera. Okay, so that thing, 2 holes in it. Light, we need light. I guess I could have used the bandsaw right there to cut the circuit board, although that would have been, that's a little clunky. And we definitely need to, ooh, red and tasty. You guys want any red and tasty grease? Good stuff. I actually do like that stuff. It's really good. Let's get the ceramic mugs out of here. Where do I put this stuff? Oh my God. I thought I cleaned up. I thought I cleaned up, chat. Okay, what size is that? That is too small. Too small. Although actually starting off with that size will be good. And then let's position it so that it's in the gap of the vise. So my overrun is into the hole. Let's get all the metal out of here. All the damn metal that's all over the place. Ow, that was a drill bit against my skin. There's dog hair on the... Oh my God. There's dog hair on everything. I mean, the dog's worth it. She's super cute. But there is certainly dog hair on everything I own. Okay, hold there. Hold there. Let's go to this one. Right there. Don't lose track of what I'm looking at. Oh, that's actually... Oh, there we go. Okay. Now, I could have probably gotten numbers and, like, used the fullest of my ability to create these holes using the XY table, but sometimes you just want to drill a hole, you know? That is far and away more stable than the hand drill. But if you don't have a drill press, you don't need one. Hand drills are fine for this kind of stuff. There's all kinds of ways to fudge the locations of stuff so that you get it, you know, get all your stuff perfect or stretch a hole in one direction or the other. Will subs get a bonus if there's a dog hair where we burn? That might be an inevitability that a dog hair is going to wander into the laser as it's functioning. You got pets, you'll find hair in the strangest places. I'm like sitting here watching hair waft around in the air. I don't know, her hair is like light enough that it becomes airborne with a little bit of fan. But hey, the pets channel is full of pictures of cute corgis, so you know, there's a trade-off that I'm willing to make. I've also found that my allergies are a lot worse lately. So those should barely fit. I have like a mild allergy to the dog hair. You'll smell it. Yeah, good old burning hair subs, huh? Burn the hair subs. So I want the gap to be on the other side. So we are working on this side. Okay. Whew. Okay, so those will go in. How did I mess this up? I think I messed it up already. Yeah, messed it up. So I actually wanted them to be on the other side of this because when we mount it, I want the plug here to go right directly over to the indicator lights, which will be next to it. So if it's like this is where the indicator lights are. So they're here. I want this to be like that. So I guess not all is lost. It's still fine. Yeah, all is lost. It'll line up when I do it like that. Okay. All right, cool. Well, okay. It's crossing paths then. So this will have to go over to there. And then all the power ends are... All right, whatever. It's like, given an opportunity at a 50-50, I always get it wrong. Not a big deal, though. Not a big deal. It's just going to bother me for the entire rest of the time that I am assembling this thing. I'm going to be visibly annoyed that these are the way that they are. That is, I need a larger drill bit. Hold on. We're not doing these because it'll short out that capacitor. Yeah. We got to use the plastic ones, which are larger. So I need to go back to the drill press. Damn it. Don't you love it? It's like statistically impossible for me to make the wrong choice on a 50-50 as often as I do. They should study me. You write papers. Statistical improbabilities in DIY electronics construction. And you. Stats has probably been the most useful math that I have learned and carry into the professional world. Semi-pro, the amateur world. Just knowledge of statistics. You don't necessarily need a high level of statistics, just knowledge of how statistics function. All right, I'm doing this without light. You guys can just figure it out. Okay. All right. Now I have mount holes. Jeez, those are big mount holes. Linear algebra. Oh, I don't use linear that much. I mean, I guess just knowing linear algebra is a thing has benefited me, knowing what a Kalman filter is and how it works and where it's useful. But then again, my involvement in Kalman filtering is literally just to download a plugin for the Arduino programming just to clean up sensors, right? So you do everything twice so you can do the same error twice as often. Well, trying that is how I would end up manufacturing a thing. I'd be like, well, better do this twice. And then I would end up screwing it up the same way both times. My holes are off. Yeah, off by a little bit. That might create a problem. Well, we'll just see. Let's just mount these things on here and see what happens. What could be the worst that could... let's see. Actually, the stupid meme that represents the stuff we do here the best is the one where it's like the mech pilot who's like, "Truly, I'm a genius." And then the next frame is him like, "Oh no!" All right, plastic screws, plastic bolts, plastic everything. 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 Plastic. More plastic. If we had a lot of trouble with the heat of these, it would be kind of funny to use maybe either standoffs or 3D print some kind of a frame so that I could put one of those aluminum water blocks on top of this thing and just put 2 hoses into it and just be like, yep, those are water-cooled power supplies. Then I would have to do the same thing with the big guy over there. I don't know how I'd do that. You really find that you need, like, carnal knowledge of linear algebra to do your day-to-day? It's pretty crazy. Because I just don't. Like, every now and then something will come up, but it's not like I need to remember all of the methods behind the math. Laser etching a mirror sign for a friend of mine. Everything went great. All to the end, noticed that I'd forgotten to mirror the text. Oh, no. You need to buy another mirror. Oh, God. Well, these are the lessons, huh? In checking over your work. Lucky for me, it's not that big of a deal if this thing is just mirrored. 200 millimeter, not me. Yeah, those are meters. These are for stress analysis. I don't need to do much fancy. Yeah, because usually like Excel spreadsheets are where all of the high-level linear algebra ends up. They break it down into some Excel math, and then that's it. You know, it just pans out. Okay, yeah, that's too short. This one though, that's the right height. That'll just hold up that corner and keep it from being able to contact. Actually, it's between the 2 heights is what I need. Sim tool that I use is Python built in. Huh. May need to reflect on your choices. Good amount of linear algebra and game programming. Oh yeah, when it comes to physics, they lied to us. They made us do all this work in physics to like run equations and stuff and figure out all these complicated, you know, multivariable things. And then they're like, oh, by the way, here's how you do it with linear algebra. And you're like, what the f? And it's all so simple after that. Okay, a metal washer would be a really bad idea on a circuit board like this. I thought there were plastic washers in here. I suppose not. All right, so let me just find the right size. I mean, if I use the shorter one, those are both the shorter one. This is the taller one. Taller one is a little bit too tall, but I could shave it down instead of using a washer. So let me find another one that's this length, which I just did. Well, it's also better that it just sticks up a little bit, but I would like it to actually be flat. 3D physics is much easier in the linear algebra framework. Yeah, no, we're not yet. Rabble, rabble. We're not shaving no yaks, sir. We're dropping no eaves, sir. that thing in there. Come on. Jeez. This is where those little hex, or the little socket end screwdrivers really come in handy. Where's my yak? I see some stubble. Why do they put these caps? I guess they had no choice, but man, you could have twisted that cap to the side a little bit or something. They needed that big plane right there, that big power plane. Yeah, I gotta shave the yak a little bit here. Shave it down so that that's... actually, that's pretty flat, to be honest. TBH. That'll do. That'll do just fine. It'll do just fine. Cool. All right, well, get some solder in it. And I can't get a fastener in this because it's an M3 and this hole is M2. So... Most of the linear algebra I tend to encounter is on the rendering side of things, dealing with cameras, mesh transforms. Oh yeah, image processing is huge with that stuff. Yep, makes all that stuff easier. But boy, did they lie to us about linear algebra, or sorry, physics equations. And they were like, "You're not gonna have a calculator in the real world." Well, no, we're not. We're gonna have Excel, which. In the tradition of Excel being manipulated into doing things that it's not supposed to, I know a lot of RF engineers, for instance, have turned their Excel spreadsheets into calculation tools. So the spreadsheet, you enter a number, and that number goes into this column and row, into this column and row, here, and here, and finally comes out as the end result of what would have been a complicated equation. To finish. Hold on. Lotus 1, 2, 3. What? Hey, why would you say that name? Trying to get this thing to like be lined up, but it's like popping up and out because I think this thing is like forcing it against the standoff a little bit. That's a little better. Well, crooked or not, that's pretty good. So we'll just solder it in like that. Speaking of the language of the gods. Oh God, so the small solder is working against me. We're doing a project that's very large solder oriented. Do this on the microscope so we at least get that. Where's the microscope pointed right now? Hey, why is this place such a mess? What happened here? Trying to build a circuit board, it always ends up in a mess. To make all these decisions about what I want where. All right, do that one. There we go. And then, where are my pins? They're there. So we're just using the standoffs as a means by which to keep the power supplies from shorting everything out. It was a very ha-ha funny joke when on the steering wheel, the capacitor desoldered itself because it's the can of the capacitor is oftentimes the ground. And so that shorted to a power trace just beneath it. It ended up destroying the $20 circuit board power supply module, which it's just great. I just love it when that happens. Absolutely amazing. I just love it. Love it, love it, love it. Can't get enough. Can't get enough, really, to be honest. So we're just making sure by putting a standoff on there that this thing can't fall onto some of the very large traces that I'm going to use to route power around. Traces and wires. Probably end up doing a couple wires, but I want to make sure that my traces are very large so they don't heat up. Because there's going to be, you know, potentially like 2 to 3 amps going through some of these. And then we'll have to have ground and the indicators. We'll have to look up on the data sheet what the indicator should look like in terms of an LED circuit. Whether or not I need transistors to flip 5 volts to the LEDs or what. The Vicor power supply will have its own ideas about what it's doing as well. That'll get its own connector. All right, so there's one set of standoffs. Over to here. It's crooked. I have to live with it, but it's crooked. Just about like that and like that. Try to get that initially soldered in. So I got to kind of like, I do one on each end and then I position it end by end. I don't think that worked. I think I accidentally soldered the hole next to it. Yep. Fix that later. That's a little crooked. But I guess that's how it ends up on these standoffs. It needs to be up a little bit. What am I doing? This is not working. Yeah, I'll do them both. Both will be at a bit of an angle. That'll be okay, though. Yeah, right. It'll improve downforce. They're like little solar arrays, I guess. I don't know. That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Nobody's perfect. Soldering iron? There it is. Found it. Found it. Get the other side locked down. Question is, do I bring the Vicor power supplies indicators to this board? No. Those should be on their own separate thing, I guess. I was thinking about how to make the connector from this board be all of this power statuses. I think it's going to be all but bus OK and line voltage. A BOFA what? Air cleaner? BOFAs. There's an old Brett Ultimus D&D character. One of the characters is BOFA. And that was the joke behind the name of the character. Only problem is when you do haha funny D&D character name and your D&D stream with that group ends up going for like 3 years, you get stuck with the stupid voice and the stupid name, which is funny in its own right, to be honest. Almost there. Last pin. This is a little out of focus and it's been bugging me. Also, this is way too much heat for these pins. These, I guess these have like plated through holes so they won't delaminate as easily. But if I'm using like a really hot iron on a single-sided board, the only thing that's holding those in, well, if you have a pin going through it, that makes a nice strong rivet. But if you have your surface mount design on a single-sided board, on one side, you're using a hot iron and you're applying heat a lot, those pads will just lift right off. They just delaminate. But no, these are pretty good. So that'll hold on our power supplies and keep them from contacting the conductive pins below. Yeah, the little slant in that is kind of pretty annoying. We just won't tell anybody about it and they won't know. But the other question is, will it fit? So I need room under this board for the stuff that's going to exist on it, unless I do everything on this side. I don't want this to be sitting up against that rail, and since these pins are through hole and we have screws on this side, I would need to put the mount like up here and then avoid anything right there, but then this goes through as well. So this is going to take up that entire corner. Was that like drill holes through that? No, it's not. These need a place to solder in, so they're going to be like in the middle of stuff. Wow, these are a weird distance apart. Do the middle or actually on the row. Where does that fall? Yeah, they're like weird. They don't here, check it out. Check it out. This is why printing a circuit board is probably a smarter idea these days. But again, this is just like an interface to the power supply pins, so we don't need to make a whole circuit board for it. We don't know, like, you know, design. Like, look at that. Middle, a little bit over to one, center. If I center these as good as I can get them, middle. Oh, where's the, there's the fourth pin. Hold on. Center the two. Like right about, oh, Jesus. This is weird. That one's on a hole. That one's not. Hey. They're all over the place, these pins, so I'll have to figure out where this stuff is going. Can we install this thing now? Do I have time? I think so. I'll have to put the smaller drill bit in, and maybe we can use the drill press to try to get this right. Well, how do I mark this? Yeah, I can use a ruler and try it. Wait, what? Two for what? Two what for what? What? What's going on? What did I miss? What did I miss? This isn't helping me. This is too wide. Where's the small ruler? I don't have the small ruler. I don't know what happened to it. Probably in the other pencil bin. Because like I can align this like that, and if I can put something down, then I can mark out where that should be. Actually, that should be in the middle of this one. Mark that real quick. Oh, 2 PCB holes for the price of 1. Yeah. What side of the board am I working on here? I guess I'm working on this side. So line that up. It's pretty much on that row of holes. Double, triple check myself. Forced, I wreck myself. It's a little low on this row. And then if I come in here, just center it a little bit. Well, if I get the plastic to be centered, then that's where these end up. So this one is like there, there, there. And this one's almost pretty much on that row of holes. All right, so I got a guide going. And can I maneuver the drill into the right spot here? Right now, this is what my marks look like. So it's like, that's one axis across there. And the other one is there, 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 and there. It's all over the place. So haphazardly, just mark them out. That one's about the center, so it'd be here. Then there. And then there, which is a little bit over here. And then directly on this one. So it'd be there. That's going to be tough to drill, because guess where my drill bit's going to go? It's going to go right through this fucking thing right here. So that one will be off. This one might go this way. I went on the wrong. Nothing happened. Nobody saw anything. Anyway, we're marking holes. So this one will go right here. And this one was like right there. Yeah, this is where like having a board manufactured would be a lot easier, but oh well. I'm just going to take this to the drill press and see if we can't make a complete mess of this entire operation. This is where everything goes wrong and I get angry. And I end up printing a circuit board for it. After struggling with Fusion to get all of the 3D rendered parts in there fully. And then the smaller drill bit. I mean, even if I lock the axis down and I use the x-axis, put it in the vise and use the x-axis, it'll still, the bit itself is what's going to wander to the different location. I mean, I wonder if using like an end mill would be a better idea. If I have an end mill that's small enough. I don't think I do. Because an end mill has that flat front cutting surface. Yeah, I'm just going to have to use a regular old drill bit. Okay, so that's a little bit big, but that'll give a little wiggle room, assuming that it's in the right spot, which is not a guarantee. This is a longer drill bit, so I have to raise this thing up. Never a dull moment. I guess I'll try putting it in the vise. Nothing in this setup is squared right now. I didn't spend the time to measure stuff and like knock it into being completely straight in one axis or the other. We took these things off when we were doing the keyboard project. So those are all misaligned. There's a lot of number fudging going on right now. But I guess I can just take advantage of this sort of XY setup on this to drill out the circuit board properly, or drop it in a bunch of metal shavings. That too. Oh, there's still a piece of our hot knife in here. One does not need an entire drill press to do this. Do 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 do. Gotta be careful about putting too much pressure on the board too, because this thing is meant for metal, not silly circuit boards. Okay, there's that, and then there's that. Check, see that I'm in the right spot. Ooh, that bends the board. How dull is this bit? Ah, it's moving the board. I need something behind the board. I don't know if I have anything that I can put back there. I could pilot the hole with a smaller drill bit, but a lot of these will just wander over anyway. That's why I wanted something like an end mill. I could do this thing. What's that gonna do? I don't think that'll do it. We'll try it. Might as well. I gotta lift it up. This is one of those whole pilot things, like tapered, but it's like super long. I don't know why I have it. just try it and see what I can do. I'll read chat in just a sec. Sorry. I'll be over there in a minute. You guys behave. Don't use the stove. Oh my god, this thing is huge. No, don't. I said behave. What are you doing? How hard is that board? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, you stop that. Stop it. Jeez, it's like, all right, whatever. It's still deflecting the board. That's one. Actually, this is maybe a good idea. I don't know. 2. Three turns of the knob apart. Then 1, 2, 3. Nope, not quite. Yeah, that worked out pretty well. These things are tapered, so there was a little bit of a deburr at the end, too. All right, let's see how accurate that was. No, that's... Yeah, we did have a bit of a fartalanche, huh? I didn't notice. That was me. I ate some dough from the from crescent rolls. And I had a day where I was like that fartalanche. It was not a good scene. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. I fucked up. I fucked it all up. Everything's fucked up. They're off by a little bit, but not much. So, oh, I lost those marks, but that thing did a pretty good job of drilling. Yeah, see, that one wandered directly in. That's what I was afraid of. That's why I wanted an end mill that was this size, because that would have been much easier for me to drill flat into the circuit board with, because the tapered front just found the rivet hole and just went directly to it, which is why it has a little bit of trouble fitting. I guess that's why they use super high-speed drills. But that's okay. We can make this work. I might have to just file the hole a little bit. Oh, and it needed to be over to the left just a little bit. Just a little bit to the left. Now, how much of the case is that? It looks like the other one's drilled in the right spots. Are these bent? How much wiggle room do I have? None. No wiggle room at all. None. None. Nada. Okay, so if I take the two on the ends and I widen them a little bit, that should do it. So that's where the circle file comes in handy. Like I said, these don't need to be ultra precise. It's just, we have ways of working with this kind of thing to improve it, get things aligned right. Now, there's not a lot of room to file this, but it's fiberglass, so it just kind of goes away with enough strife. Enough mechanical strife. You just need to make sure that you can move the file at all. In the business, we call that tolerance, yeah. Now, circuit board stuff is like a point. It's like a tiny, tiny tolerance. It's just the holes that were, the pre-existing holes were not helping us. Yeah, it could have benefited to drill them over here and then just use, well, no. See, the problem with that is that when I solder them in to like open holes with no pads behind them, if I solder it in, I have to use like a little bit of desolder braid, and then it makes kind of like a loose fit. So I want this to be a strong fit. So we want the plated holes to be what's carrying the weight. Because they can be plated through holes, can be extraordinarily strong because it's basically a rivet with solder on either end. Which is why I get so mad when manufacturers don't properly implement the ground pins on their USB connectors. And so they either don't implement it properly or they don't solder it well enough. When they don't solder it well enough, the solder can tend to have a cold break in it. And the cracks in the breaks are what causes pretty much most failures of USB connectors that you ever see. And it's just because they didn't apply heat long enough. So like if you had known that the thing was cracking, which there's no way that you would have known, but if you had known, you could have gone in with a soldering iron and fixed it before it breaks. That's why we can't have nice things. That's why USB-C connectors fail. USB micro connectors pop off. They just leave. Yeah, if I was more accurate in drilling these, I probably could have brought those over to more holes. I was hoping that I could get a larger area for these to solder to, but can't always have it. Can't always get what you want. And make sure that that's pressed in properly. Yep, that should be pretty good. Have all this area to work with too. That'll be nice. Let's get, let's actually focus on the thing we're looking at. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, my extra light's facing the wrong direction. Hold on. There we go. Now I can see. Oh, just in time for me to put my shadow in the way. Oh, sloppy. No. Okay, I'll clean it up later. That's going to need a piece of wire on it. Yeah, it's okay for now, but I'm going to need something to... Chippercorn, hey, thank you for the Prime for 32 months. 32. That's a big number. Thank you. And it's a Prime. We've been talking about Primes today. There's nothing sweeter than taking money out of a billionaire's mouth. Because that's where he keeps it. Jeff Bezos. That's what makes him look like a bouncer, is that he's got all that money right by his mouth. But yeah, when you sub with a Prime, if you have a Prime, an Amazon Prime account, you have a quote-unquote free subscription. That's what they want you to think. It's a free subscription to your favorite streamer. It's not free. You've already paid for it. So use it. Use it. Use it on somebody. Use it on somebody you love. Like weird love. Like weird, like too personal love. Like kind of a little creepy. Yeah, the psychology of Amazon stuff is something I like to get beyond. All right, so like, you know, the holes were kind of big, kind of tough to solder to, but we do need current running in and out of this board. It's going to be running a couple amps. So the main power runs are going to be desoldering braid. So the ins and the outs, the grounds and stuff like that, I'm going to be making sure to run big tracts, huge tracts of land back and forth throughout the things. And then the LEDs are going to be smaller. So that'll be a right angle pin header that I cleverly put somewhere convenient. I don't like this kind of right angle header. I like the one where the header's up on the angle. But yeah, I'll do the header like that. How many pins are we going to need on the header? Well, what do we have? Call me a fool. Yeah. So we have 5 volt, 12 volt, the ones that are coming from those modules. I have a 24 volt one, the Vicor flat pack. We need to look that up real quick. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. And then all the way down. And we've got, those are the power sense pins. Output connector, T connectivity. I'm not going to get that connector. We'll just use like DuPont connector to get into that. Must have great depth of field perception to solder like that. No. The view that you guys are seeing is the exact same view that I'm using. The feed, because I'm streaming it, right? So the camera is actually on a monitor that's like right there. And so that's what I'm looking at when I'm soldering. And so it keeps me erect. It keeps my back straight. Even though the stools that I have are from the 1960s and they're like kind of uncomfortable. I don't want to be super comfortable in the shop. I want to be standing up and sitting down a lot. But when I'm soldering, I'm sitting here in a completely ergonomic, not completely ergonomic, but you know, it's like a body neutral position where I'm comfortable. It's just like welding. You want to be comfortable first because your whole body is affected by your own personal comfort. If you're straining a muscle to keep in a position, then that's going to affect your performance on, you know, when you're trying to keep still and get things just right. So what I have on the monitor that's almost directly in front of me, I have the OBS window that's showing you guys exactly what I'm seeing when I'm soldering. And then I have the other cameras in there so that you guys can have a perception of heat and you can have a perception of how I'm positioning my hands as I do. And people are always like, you have such steady hands. And I'm like, not really. I mean, I kind of do have a very steady, My hands are very steady, but they're not exceptionally steady. It's really about how you're positioning your hands and your arms and your wrists and stuff in order to make sure that you are not straining any muscles to move things around. Out, out, sense, trim, sense, out, out. AC okay, bus okay. That's sus and AC. And then I put in a 24-volt light. So we'll do 24 volts, 12 volts. So there's 3 indicators, so I need a 4-pin connector to go up to the LEDs. Assuming that's how are they wiring them? How do we wire the indicators? Tell me now. Tell me how to wire the indicators. AC line interrupted, AC okay, bus okay. Conditions. What does that do? In a minute. This is the truncated one. Oh, here we go. So I guess I can do whatever I want with those. Oh, we're not even worried about, wait a minute, we're talking about our own thing. We're talking about this guy. How do you want these things to be connected? Are they, I think they're active low. Show me an LED circuit of these things. They're really, I guess they're really meant for a microcontroller, like a brownout detector to read from. Yeah, they really want a brownout detector on that. Micro buck. We're looking at the data sheet for the power supplies. I'm just seeing how many pins I need for this external connector. That's going to lead to the lighting panel. That's going to tell me if anything's wrong. If anything is wrong with my circuit. Is there an LED here? Has anybody seen my LED? 5 volts out, 6 to 55, enable, good. RP good. ERP good. RP good. RP is good. Ugh. Surely somebody has done this before. We'll just do like that. Power good LED. Power good LED. Oh, is that what they did here? I don't see no LEDs. Excuse me. Power good LED circuit. Oh wait, that's gonna narrow down my already dead. It didn't do anything. SIC 471. That's not even the right. SIC 47 star. This is what Pololu uses for their power supplies, and it's a pretty brutal little guy. It's very, very powerful. These things take from 5 to 55 volts in. But I bought them on a module. I'm just trying to see how to use the module properly. Maybe Pololu has a word on putting an LED on it. Don't need pictures, no. Resources. It's probably all the, yeah, dimensions, 3D model, drill guide. I could use that drill guide. I don't have a printer, though. I don't know if they have a word on putting a like an LED. Enable LED. Damn it. Call LED. Power good output indicates the regulator cannot adequately maintain the output voltage. So that would be when it lights up, or I would basically just make it pull ground to the pin. So when there's power there and the pin's pulled low, then it can maintain So I could run these off of the 5-volt regulator. I should probably run them off of the 24-volt input, to be honest, because that would be the cascade of different events. So if the 24 volts isn't good, these won't light up. Yeah, it should be from 24 volts, but then it syncs to the LED circuit. How much can that input sync? Well, we're looking for, what do they call it? What is their industry term for their pin that differs from any other pin that's for power good? They call it P good. I'm gonna get to an age soon where I'm not gonna be able to pee good. My prostate is the size of a melon. Open drain power indicator. Open drain. High impedance indicates power is good. An external pull-up resistor is required. So you have to have a pull-up resistor. So we have a pull-up resistor, and then we also have an LED, because that'll pull it down. No. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, I know what the circuit looks like. It's got to look like this. Here's what the circuit has to look like. So, pull this over here. Big lines. I like big lines on my stuff. So what we have is we have P good. P good pin, right? That's this pin right here. That's just a signal flag. So coming out of P good is going to be whether or not our power is good, and that's going to only be able to do it when there's a, hold on, I need to move down a little bit. When there is a pull-up resistor here. Okay, why? So there has to be a pull-up. Why? How is it so comically enormous? And then, okay, whatever. So that has to have a resistor here that pulls it up. So that can be, probably should be 24 volt. And then right here, where we're peeing good, we're going to have the LED going to ground. Actually, I think it can just go like that. Because what'll happen is, it'll pull this to ground. So this will be pulled low, right? And so current, there won't be enough current to flow through the LED. It's when it stops pulling this low that power is not good. Power will go up to 24 volts. You know, if you really wanted it to like function apart from the power supply, you could maybe put like a battery on it. But we're not going to need to do that. We'll just do, we're going to P good into this right here, and then that'll pull away the power from the LED. So that'll be the circuit. And then the external pull-up. Let's take a look at the external pull-up. So what is it? What do they suggest it be? Where's P good? Yeah, it's going away there. P good. Where's that example circuit? It'll just give me an idea of what the value is supposed to be. Because at 24 volts, what is it could be like a 1K. This is 102K. That's a lot, actually. Yeah, P good on P good to ground. Be sure of that. That is a 102K pull-up to what? RU Sonic and VDD. With 102K, there's not a lot of current going on there. So, I mean, we could involve a transistor. We could switch through a transistor in order to get that to work, because there's not a lot of current left over for light to flow through. So instead, I guess our P-good circuit needs to change from that to having some kind of a transistory doodle here. So if I have this coming out here, then I have a like a 1K, and then I have that is active low, so this should be a, oh man, my brain no worky. That goes low through the 1K, pulling 24 volts into there. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe I need an optocoupler. No, I don't need to optocouple that. We're pulling 24 volts down, maybe like a 10K. Maybe like a 10K. Well, just for example's sake. I'm trying to remember if I want PNP or NPN. It's been a little while since I've had to think on my toes with even the simplest of circuity stuff. Active low is PNP. No, NPN is active low. So NPN, we would be pulling through the LED. Is that correct? Probably not. I'm going to look up a switching circuit in a second. There's no shame. There's no shame in looking stuff up like this. Like that is NPN. Hold on. NPN LED circuit. Yeah. This is like a weird way to show it. NPN is usually switching. I thought it was switching ground. And so look at this. I look up. I looked up PNP. Yeah, you're right. So NPN was, yeah, it's what I'm looking for. Except, no, I'm not. I'm looking at PNP. NPN is active. PNP would be active low. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I would need, it's the opposite. I do not want this. PNP, it's dynamite. I want to punt PNP. And that way we are switching. Oops, no, wait. Where's the arrow? Arrow's going in. 2, 4, V. And then this comes out here, goes down, and goes either to a resistor or the LED. It doesn't matter which one's where. And a ground. Huh? How much do you need all these formulas? I don't need any formulas. It's just a sketch, man. You know, I don't need to pull CAD into this. This is good enough. So yeah, that's how we do it. And then the value of this resistor, I mean, this could probably be a 1K. Because this one needs to be like 100K. And then the very small amount of current that's going to be sunk through this thing going to ground will flow through the PNP and allow 24 volts to come out of this end of it and light up our LEDs. That's how that's going to work. So what would this value be right here? Well, I don't even need to do math. I can just look up LED calculator. There's always a website that's trying to be the LED calculator. So 24 voltage drop, 1.8 is a little generous, but I guess that's okay. 20 milliamps, one LED. Nice. 1.2 would be maximum power. So we could probably want 2K. Well, actually, no, we want maximum power because it's going through a bunch of 3D print stuff. So 1.2K. So I could probably just put a 1K resistor in there, and that would be fine. Okay, now I know everything that I need to know. What did we put on these? These have like several ohms resistors on them. Then I need to look up what resistor is required for the Vicor flat packs, but those just have, that's an NPN on it, isn't it? So those are NPN. So it would be NPN would be doot, like doot, with the arrow going into the thing. And no, wait. The arrow coming out of the thing. Oh, like this. Arrow goes out. That goes to ground. and then we have the resistor, perfect resistor, and then we have the LED, and then we have 24. These will also probably need a 1.2K, and then this is switched by the flat pack. So I need to replace all the resistors on that board with 1.2Ks. NPN is not pointed in. That's an interesting one. Did I? Okay, yeah, let me look up this stuff again. NPN versus PNP. Oh, you son of a bitch. I hate it when they do this stuff. PNP, pointed in, switches power. Pointed in, switches power. NPN, because it's actually the different doping, right? So NPN is normal flavor, yeah. Not pointed in. I guess, yeah, that does apply, the not pointed in thing. That's a good mnemonic, and I'm probably going to forget it, unfortunately. I had a discussion with a friend of mine recently, because he's in nursing school now, and he's learning all of these mnemonics to remember all the different stuff in medical, right? Oh, points in permanently. Never points in. Ah, that's a good, that's really good, and I wish I had learned that a long time ago. MOSFET arrows are opposite to BJTs. I just look it up every time. But this friend of mine is learning all the mnemonics for nursing school, and he says a lot of them are extremely, like, sexist. And we've had the discussion before, and I, you know, don't type shit into chat. But there are some really pretty awful you know, mnemonics that exist out there. You know, he was saying, you know, that's just the way it is. And I'm like, no, that's not. It's the first one you learn. The first mnemonic you learn is the one that sticks with you. So just don't learn the horrible ones. Yeah, you don't. Let's not get too far into that, because I had to ban people last time we had that discussion. So NPN not pointing N, PNP pointing N, and you say N like in. So PNP is permanently pointing in permanently, and then NPN is not pointing in. Yeah. Well, I already forgot it. You can see because I couldn't recite it just then. But it is the first one that I've heard. Maybe I've probably heard it before in the past, but hopefully it'll stick, because I get kind of. It's always good to refresh yourselves on these circuits, but I just kind of intuitively like learned them. I didn't have a mnemonic behind it. But this is so this is the wiring of our LED circuits. This is how we have to make all of the LEDs play nice with one another. Now these pins, these connections will just be on the wires. So that's going to need all, what is it, like, it's like 2 lights, and then 24 volts is probably just going to get, one of the LEDs is just going to be 24 with 1.2 LED, and it's actually 2 LEDs per, but ground. So that'll be one of them will be like this. Let's see, what is that going to look like though? That's one. I mean, that needs its own ground and power, and then 1, 2, 3, so it's 6 pins. That's pretty pin intensive. And then these will be 2 pins. Because they'll share the 24 volts, or I'll do the 24 volt from there, and then that'll be where the connector is. Yeah, that's how I gotta do it. So that's a 3-pin connector. Thermonics. What the hell? Well, I always thought it was cool that transistors, like vacuum tube transistors, work so much differently. They have like a charged plate that holds stuff back or something, or allows it to flow. Really cool. All right, it's about closing time around here. Yeah, turbo. There's a new turbo encabulator that's been spread around. It's not super new, but it's the same guy that did the old turbo encabulator. It was a pretty cool watch, but it's using too much jargon that we kind of understand now and make fun of, instead of the control systems jargon, where it kind of exists in an area of like mechanical and electrical engineering that you kind of just sort of file away as, I don't know what they're talking about. It's probably smart. Whereas the new turbo encabulator, we know what they're trying to say. We know what all that stuff is, and we know that it's complete bullshit, so it doesn't land as well. So yeah, thanks for joining me, everybody. We had a lot of raids today. We got raids, and who was it that gave me raids? Let's see. I got it from, it was Last Miles and Stiloto. Both had huge boluses of viewers into this stream, and I hope you guys enjoyed what you saw, because I really appreciate those raids. I never know who to raid, because I don't watch my own content on Twitch, because I'll tend to glob on to whatever personality that person has, because I think they're funny, and then I'll end up using their mannerisms and sayings and stuff, and it's bad. Yeah, raid, do a circular raid. I don't have as much awareness. You know, Davies is always on when I'm on. He's a good guy to watch. I know a lot of gaming streams. Tom Thinks, that's always a good one. Yeah, let's do Tom Thinks. Let's do Tom Thinks. I built a button for him a long time ago. It's a 3D printed button. He had to put some foam on it to quiet it down, and I probably should send him like a silicon pad to put under it. But we made this little button. It was just like a stupid little idea that we had, and Tom was having trouble hitting the voice changer with his foot, because it's meant to be used from a sitting position, and he's standing, just for ergonomic purposes and to free up his hands to do all the stuff he needs to do. Pushing that thing is putting like pressure on your foot to be at an angle. So he was looking at a way to make it a button. He took apart the foot pedal and he scotch taped. I don't think he has a lot of very specialty tapes over there. He scotch taped it to his Wacom tablet, and I was like, oh, I cannot abide this setup to exist. So we did a whole thing with Fusion 360. We designed a button housing, and we used a rubber plunger that was out of a controller that we took apart. It was a German, I think, made controller, and that button was on the same circuit board where we got Tub Bro from. Instead of Turbo, it was like typoed to be Tub Bro, which is, you know, we all need a good Tub Bro in our lives. But anyway, put all that stuff together, 3D designed it. I built 2 of the buttons, sent them over to him, works perfectly. He's had no trouble with it at all. He's got a spare just in case. And if, you know, the proverbial shit hits the fan, I will be able to possibly redesign it a little bit and print it again and send him another one. But yeah, he's been using it since to great effect. So we're gonna raid Tom Thinks. What you're in for is cartoon puppetry. He has a lot of Adobe Flash code that allows him to control the mouth movements of things that he draws. So you will see him insert stuff in and do that. If it's a Borb stream, he will be puppeting Borb and making a painting of an image that a user sent in. Or if it's Cartoon Mess, it'll just be sort of fun, random, freeform, sort of improv kind of stuff. So enjoy. Here's Tom Thinks. I don't need to. Tom Thinks. Tom Thonks. Why is that not coming up? Hold on. Tom is a wizard. Yeah, really. The raid has been created. Okay, I got it right. It wasn't, usually it helps you and it shows you the channel name when you're typing it. All right, everybody, let's go do that. You guys enjoy. I'm gonna go play with the puppy, and I will catch you guys exactly